We are live. Come one, come all. Nothing but love, nothing but respect. You know what we do, what we don't, what we is, what we isn't, and what we is here today, bringing you guys and girls the One Piece chapter 1084 discussion. I got with me today Kuma. Kuma, say hello, my guy.
Hello.
And we are doing all sorts of amazing things today. Talking about this chapter, and I haven't seen it yet, but today also, like 2 hours ago, One Piece episode 1062 dropped. So I'm sure people are going to be all over the whole One Piece trend today, which will be interesting. But yeah, we're going to get into it, breaking down this chapter. Unfortunately, Eggs won't be with us this week. He's not feeling the best, and, you know, he's healing up and resting up. But that's alright, because it'll leave us to just ignore all of his red hot takes and just do our own thing.
Ooh, throwing the shade.
Yeah, I have
Damn.
to. He's not here. The one time he's not here, I get to throw the shade. Speaking of shade, we have Luffy on the cover of Weekly Shonen Jump, literally sitting on a pile of treasure on a throne with a skull with King written across it. And I'm just going to straight up say, this is Shonen Jump saying this guy's the king of Shonen at the moment.
It very much is.
More than that as well, making things infinitely more red hot, right? I've seen people point out to a few little things here and there, and there's actually something that is a really random but interesting potential tidbit on this chapter. So, there's a Weekly Shonen Jump mascot, right?
Yes.
If you look at the top of this cover here, where Luffy's crown is,
Mm-hmm.
over on the right side, you see the little mascot there, just left a Deku.
Yeah.
You know? I've seen people putting the thought up, right, that is actually a little bit of an Easter egg there, and it's the man marked by flame, and that the man marked by flame in the story is going to be based on the visuals for the Shonen Jump mascot, right? The reason being, one of the big things that Oda has said in the past is, when I introduce a character with an eye patch, you'll know the end of the series is near. And he's set up a bunch of mystery people still at the moment that haven't been paid off yet, right? And I've seen people taking and running with it that this mascot here is covered in flames, wearing an eye patch, right? It'd be really interesting to see if Oda incorporates the mascot for the magazine that has pretty much held him up for all these years and incorporate that into the story as a major character. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, okay. I also want to point out, like, at the end, too, like, you know how he's kind of, like, marked by flames, too? But if you look at the little jaggeds behind the little figure, it kind of looks like half of a sun.
Yeah. I actually really like the idea. I just think it's one of those weird things where it's just like, of course, if like it's a really random red hot thing, but it's also one of those things where it's just like, you know, if Oda did that, that'd actually be like, it's very Panda Man-esque comedy. You know what I mean?
I mean, in retrospect, right? Like, when you make a cover for something like this, and if you're gonna give a huge, quote-unquote, like, yeah, saying that with the eye patch and everything, like, this is, I don't know, this is as blatant as you can get and a quote-unquote hint, if this ends up being true.
Yeah.
So, I am in full support of this theory. I also really like the fact, too, that the crown that Luffy has on has 3 skulls.
Like Blackbeard?
Yeah, exactly, just like Blackbeard. But it's also, like, you see the color scheme, red, blue, and white, which also happens to be Buggy's.
Yep. It's incorporating all of his rivals at the moment because, I mean, not trying to spoil anything for this chapter yet. If you haven't read it, please go read it before you watch the discussion. But this chapter ends with another mysterious figure that sits on a throne that also has a sword, being Im.
Mm-hmm.
So this cover spread here is actually, weirdly enough, actually almost indicative of Luffy's actual rivals at the moment, right? You have the buggy color system, you have the Blackbeard 3 skulls, you have the aesthetic here of Im, the person that actually sitting on the empty throne, right?
Mm.
But you could also argue at the moment that the skull is actually supposed to be indicative of Shanks, having the scar over the eye and being the current king.
Okay, I did not see it that way. Okay, that's impressive.
That way, it's incorporating all the four Yonko currently in this, but also the ruler of the other major faction, the world government. Obviously, not relating to any what would you call them, revolutionaries here, because they're not
Yeah.
seemingly an opposition faction for the Straw Hats.
Yeah, that's true. It's a quote unquote all of Luffy's real enemies, I guess. Yeah.
I would say in that situation as well, if this is foreshadowing, one of the really interesting but rare foreshadowings, it actually may tackle the order in which these characters go down. Shanks will go down first, then Blackbeard will go down, leaving Luffy and Buggy fighting over the throne.
If that actually happens, I don't even know. I want a dedicated chapter where it's just Usopp going up against Buggy, or maybe them having to team up and completely like, I don't know. Let's say like Usopp somehow arrives at the land of giants with Buggy, and they gotta bullshit their way out of it.
I mean, it would be really interesting to see an end of... if Luffy ever passes away, right?
Mm-hmm.
His legacy would never end, but at the same point in time, he would never be able to add to it, right? But could you imagine if his subordinates at that point, making their own names, Zoro being, the world's greatest swordsman at that point, but Usopp taking over as the quote-unquote vice captain?
Yeah, that's
and
true.
having an end of series Usopp and Buggy clash.
Yeah, because Oda did say that Usopp would have been vice captain, right? Or
Well, when Usopp tried to join, he asked to be captain. They said no, and then he said, "Can I be vice captain then?" And no one said no. So it's funny. Zoro's the right hand man. In any crisis, Sanji or Nami take over as the one that gives orders, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
that's true.
they don't definitively have what you would call a first mate. Okay, they've got a first mate in Zoro, but they don't have what you would call a vice captain per se. That's confirmed, if that makes sense, right? And that's sort of because all of them are leaders in their own right, in their own ways. So
yeah, and Luffy doesn't really like, other than giving like general orders or like locations, he's not really, Buck 2, here we go, we're gonna do this, that.
Yep. But I find that really interesting. That being said, I love this colors page as well. It's really pretty. I
This
like
is definitely in my top 5.
One weird thing that actually has nothing to do with anything. This is actually just a random, like, little bit of like, I hope, I wish sort of thing.
Okay.
Luffy's sword here being purple, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only other purple sheath sword that we know is the Nidai Kitetsu. I wonder if this is also a tease that the Gorosei member has the Shodai
yes.
Kitetsu.
The one who looked like Gandhi.
Yes. I know that's a theory that everyone's had for the longest. It's not my theory, but like it's one of those things where like having a purple sword, it's a very odd choice of color.
Yeah.
We've just come out of
like. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna just say we've just come out of an arc where we've had the only other purple sword introduced. So I just find it interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This is also kind of like just, I don't know why I drew this conclusion, but when you mentioned the color scheme of the sword as well, like how you have purple, gold, and then when you look at the handle, it's black, white, black, white. It kind of reminded me like low key of Beetlejuice. I don't know. Like I genuinely don't know, but I kind of got Beetlejuice vibes when I looked at this sword.
I like that. I rock with that. That being said, we cut to the next section, which is a color spread, which actually has caused a bit of controversy online. I'm going to avoid the controversy as much as possible, but there has been a huge group of people that are not happy that Yamato is involved in this color spread.
Really?
Yes, actually, Oda's been getting threats because of it by certain people online. I just think that's abysmal, right? These are characters that Oda has made. He can show them doing whatever he wants with them, right? But I know people attach attach real world emotions to a fantasy based comic, right? So all I'm
Okay.
gonna say on the matter is Ulti got them thick thighs.
100%, and she's actually using a weapon too, so that's kind of low key, a little bit dangerous.
Oh mate, I this is gonna be a weird thing. I actually don't. I like the way the girls look in this color spread. I think all of their outfits are shit, except for Boa's. Like, I swear I have seen Oda draw them in like a more interesting swimwear before. You know what I mean? This just seemed
Yeah.
very. I don't know why. Like,
Generic.
it feels very generic in a weird way. But I'd say the highlights for it that I find funny is Bonnie trying to eat one of the fighting fish.
Yep.
I also, it's actually a koi, sorry, not a fighting fish. I thought it was a fighting fish because Yamato's horns are sitting at the front of it. I thought she was like being the face of the fighting fish there. But yeah, the people I like the most in this are Boa, Bonnie, Ulti, and I always love seeing Perona. Perona's always just like off doing her own thing. But now I get into some really random shit, right? More so than ever. This is drawn by Oda, right?
Yes.
So even though these are non-canon, like they're not a canon narrative point, it's something that he believes they could wear or whatever, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but is that not Zeus as water?
Oh.
Impl-
Yeah, he's not. He does. He's not. He doesn't look like a cloud boy.
implying that he could transform himself into water, the form of water, since all he is water vapor brought to life,
Okay.
which could mean that he may be essentially like a water Logia, if he
Could
so
we get
chooses
like
to.
a weather donut attack?
Well, the reason why I bring that up is because the homies are immune to Haki. Haki doesn't hurt them, right? The only way you can hurt them is to directly injure a soul or have it counter to their element. If Zeus can turn into water, he would essentially be like the Logia version of water in One Piece. And we know
That's a very interesting draw. And if that's actually possible, Zeus has already climbed the status quo of Lokia abilities like tenfold.
meaning
Because
essentially
he's literally the bane of all devil fruits. Imagine if Zeus just transforms into water and encircles you. You're done.
and especially since this weapon is in the hand of Nami at the moment.
Although, well, to be fair, I don't know. Otis kind of went a little bit wishy-washy because it used to be you fell into the water, you died eventually, but nowadays you're just like paralyzed.
Well, the reason why you died is because when you paralyzed, you drown, essentially, right? Because even
Yeah.
back at even all the way back in Arlong Park, Luffy was still rubbery underwater. They could drag his head out, right? I would say, if anything, what is actually a lot more weird to me is they say that Sea Stone embodies the will of the sea, right? Hence why it's able to stop abilities.
Yeah.
But if you throw Sea Stone cuffs on someone, they can't use their abilities at all, right? Whereas if someone's actually in the water, they can still use their abilities.
Yeah, maybe it's because Sea Stone is a more physical version. Otherwise, it's a lot more purified.
Potentially.
I don't know. This is all hypothetical, but yeah, because the way I would put it, it's like trying to compare like.
If you want hypotheticals, I can talk about it in the stream later. But I've been doing some I've been answering some requests lately on TikTok.
Ooh.
And some of the requests have been like, "Oh, do you have any theories on blah blah blah?" I'll bring it up later, but
I would love to. Yeah, I love to dissect little tidbits like that, bro. By all means, go ahead.
we'll round out to it after going through the
we'll
chapter
round out
because it can link into the chapter in some extent. Right?
Mhm.
So first things, we finally get to the beginning of the chapter, right?
And the first panel is of a no name.
So this is actually these characters here are who I thought the Holy Knights were when they were officially name dropped, like originally name dropped by Akainu. We've seen them many a time, which is why I was like, oh, they're probably not an actual like special faction. They're probably just these guys officially getting a name, and they're just the security force of the Celestials. Now we learn that there's the Holy Knights are actually more. That like there's 9 higher up individuals in charge of this organization, arguably. Yep. Also important to note here, this man is on fire, right? But he has a broken section of his armor, meaning Sabo like harked up his fingers, stabbed through his armor, and then burnt him from the inside of his armor out.
Yes. Even in the next panel, yep, his hand is indeed on fire. So this man literally skewered and inserted fire, a man man. That's kind of brutal.
Sabo's always been ruthless, right? But him here, right? Because one of the things that I've been harping on about lately all over the shop is we haven't seen Logias fight all out, and I don't think people are prepared for how busted Logias are. Because even to this date, I don't think people like the idea of a Logia, but then they're like, I could do this or this or this or this fruit. Logias are said to be the strongest devil fruit for a reason, and we are yet to see anyone competent with a Logia actually fight with their Logia. Alright?
Yeah, fight full force for anyhow, because the biggest feat for me from a Logi is that the fact that when Akainu and Aokiji went full out, they changed the climate of an island.
See, do you know what?
If that's not proving how Logias are the most OP, because that was permanent, like, climate damage.
Do you know what makes that feat even scarier? So, you know the river in the middle of Punk Hazard?
Yeah.
That river didn't exist before the duel. That river is actually the epicenter of their duel. Meaning, and this is something that a lot of people miss, right? Their fight was so intense that them clashing split the island in half. They buried themselves hundreds of meters below sea level fighting, and the water couldn't come in and drown them because it would have been getting frozen or melted along that split. Meaning the ice and like fire side of that island isn't actually from them clashing per se, as it's a byproduct of their more immediate fight.
Punk Hazard is literally only like the aftermath.
Yeah, and I think
to actually see them shape the island while they were fighting, that has to be like, I don't know, like medieval, like gods level stuff.
I think a lot of people they see that island and they're like, that must be what a Logia's Awakening is. I'm sorry, I just outright don't think that's what a Logia's Awakening is, because an Awakening is something a Logia can't do. Or an Awakening is something a Devil Fruit user can't do without the Awakening, right? But we see people without an Awakening change islands. I mean,
how do I put it? I think in terms of how Logias are viewed and portrayed, I think it was also a big disservice because we didn't get this huge major Logia feat until after hockey was introduced properly.
Yeah.
And I think ever since then, people have been on this huge hockey train and just steamrolling over quote-unquote devil fruits, and especially Logias. Like, a lot of people, like, they take it how Logias are, like, quote-unquote neutralized by somebody having armament hockey. But that's just not true. All because you can hit the guy, that doesn't mean his powers are interlocked. Let's not forget, Caesar was able to take down Luffy, and he's still a scrub Logia.
See, this is where we get into the craziness of Logias, right? Because, again, going back to Punk Hazard, right? I don't think them terraforming that island has anything to do with an awakening. I think that just has to do with the residual of their clashing elements, right? To make matters even worse there, on the fire side, I think it's chapter 655, or roundabouts there, when the Straw Hats are coming up from the currents and they first make it out into the New World, right? They actually have a giant eel caught that's getting towed by the Sunny, right? Now, this eel's face, not the length of it, the face height, is twice of that of the Sunny, meaning it's about 100 meters tall in its face. The length you can scale to whatever you want, but it is huge, right? Within seconds of it touching the surface air in the New World near Punk Hazard, it spontaneously combusts, and we see that it only takes a few minutes for it to be molten down to the bone. And they are multiple kilometers away from Punk Hazard at that point. Right? So, the scary things about Punk Hazard aren't, the island's half fire, half ice, right? The scary thing is the sea life around, like, if Akainu is to fight on an island, the sea life around that island is now melting permanently. You go onto the island, a lot of people don't really, like, you know how people have, like, cross versus battles and stuff like that?
Yeah.
A big one I've seen in the past is Ace versus Natsu. And a lot of people are like, well, Natsu can just walk around and melt stone, right? In the argument that he's hotter than Ace. Well, I don't think a lot of people realize this. If you actually go back and read the beginning of Punk Hazard, the first 4 or 5 chapters of Punk Hazard, you actually go through a city, and again, this is multiple kilometers away from where Akainu and Aokiji actually fought, but all the stone buildings are melting because of Akainu. Not just that, we also have the bones of a deceased giant, one of the numbers, or someone like Little Oars Jr. and stuff like that, right? Their bones are melting and are gelatinous. Just from the byproduct of Akainu having a serious fight nearby. I don't.
Like, Logia deserves so much more respect, man.
I mean, even in the last chapter with Karasu, I pointed this out in the discussion last week. Karasu going against. Actually, no. Is it this week? No,
it's this week.
No, it's the last week. Sorry, where the revolutionaries fight the admirals.
Yeah.
Karasu flies at Fujitora, and Fujitora cuts the crows, but the crows aren't hurt. So you either have to say that Fujitora is fighting these guys without using any haki, or Karasu, as a Logia, is skilled enough to not get cut by a haki user. Again, making Logias look a little bit better there, and a little bit more like the upgraded versions of Katakuri if they've got good observation haki. Right? And I'll talk about a bit more of it as we go through, because there's obviously more stuff with Karasu here, but let's just move on for this second. Apart from Sabo burning a guy from the inside out, the poor fella, Sabo runs into Bonnie. And weirdly enough, never have I been so quick to almost dismiss Koala as Sabo's ship. And I know that's bad because I actually really like Koala, but like,
you threw that anchor really fast.
Damn, the way he scoops her up and she's a little bit, ooh, Sabo-kun. I was like, damn, boy got riz here.
I mean, I can't. I gotta give it to you. I see it. I can totally see it.
I wouldn't be mad about it, and it's funny because we've never been told what country Ace would have been from, right? But
yeah, that's true.
A lot of his characteristics, you know, the board shorts, the summer vibe, the hat, it's very Australian. Bonnie was stated that if she was in the real world, would have been Australian, right? So I kind of like the idea that Sabo kind of sees a little bit of Ace in Bonnie, and it's kind of like, I need that Aussie love in my life. Need a little bit of that down under sort of vibe, you know. I mean, she can eat like the brothers, can't she? She just doesn't have the narcolepsy.
That's true.
But anyway, so they broke into the guards' quarters. They broke into the guards' quarters, stole the keys to the slaves, and then Bonnie and Kuma are talking. Sabo mentions that he heard that Kuma had a daughter but didn't know who she was, and Bonnie says she's always kept tabs on the revolutionaries, hence why she knows that he's trustworthy.
Yeah.
Now, weirdly enough, I would actually love maybe like a one-shot spin-off of Bonnie in her journey throughout the story, right? If she's been like in islands where revolutions have been taking place, and she's maybe like helped them, or done this or that to like sort of assist them because it's what her father would have wished. You know what I mean? And then that's her getting information on this sort of stuff, because that's actually a really like sort of like interesting idea and dynamic there. And it was also because the revolutionaries, despite being at absolute odds with the world government, actually have surprisingly low bounties, and that's probably because they surprisingly don't mess with civilians a lot.
That's true.
Which would make a lot of sense as to why Bonnie had the second lowest bounty pre-times. Oh, actually, no, she didn't have the second lowest. She was 138, 140. But she was one of the lower bountied Supernova pre-time skip. And maybe that's because she doesn't actually mess with civilians.
The general public, yeah.
Yeah. Also, we get Karasu talking here, dropping off the keys. Now, if you're watching this and and in the back of your mind, because this is one of the things I answered on TikTok, right? People are like, how the hell can Karasu talk? He's a Logia. This isn't him. This is just him sending off a piece of crow soot. How can it talk? Right? I have two solutions for this. Number one,
okay.
We see during the Smoker and Law fight on Punk Hazard, right? That a Logia is capable of creating multiple of the same body part. There's actually a small snippet of Smoker making 6 or 8 arms out of his chest, and he.
Oh, okay, damn.
And he's It's not a Gatling attack. It's actually all coming out at once. So you know how Katakuri and Luffy were fighting, and Katakuri was like, "Why don't you just split yourself up into multiple fists or multiple feet? It would be way more efficient." That's actually the mindset that Logies have in the world government, and seemingly that Karasu has here in a sense. The difference being, instead of an offensive ability making multiple fists, right?
He's making multiple mouths.
Mouths, voice boxes, what he needs to speak. Or, even if you don't want to say he's being that intricate with it, you know how he has the Plague Doctor mask, and it has a built-in speaker. Maybe he actually has speakers in that, and part of when he sends out crows is he sends them out, turning some of these speakers into soot and out with the crows to turn the speakers back on so he can talk anywhere. Either way, he still has to use his Logia to do it, and it still uses the same ability to replicate the same thing multiple times, which we see Logias do. It is actually, I'll even try and bring this up, because it is actually a very, like, when I say I've been going down the hole of Logia users, right? It's because most people don't understand how Logias work, and I see so much misinformation on them and like people not understanding, and it's like, guys, Logias just straight up haven't ever been showcased properly in the story. Despite us having so many in the story, we never see them fight all out, and anytime they do fight all out, it's always under caveats. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, where is it? I'll try and find it. But in the meantime, I'll be looking for this in the background. But we have Karasu dropping off the keys, and we have a nice little back and forth with Sabo, Bonnie. Sabo tells the Revs to bail and start heading home, right? Whereas the other guys, right, stay here and continue on. And I mean, when I say the other guys, I mean Sabo and Bonnie themselves. Although then we see Sabo scoop up Bonnie, and we hear some actual wild dialogue here. And I say wild because these people know too much for fodder. I feel bad for them. Right?
Yeah. No plot armor on these boys.
The only armor they have is useless, and that is actually heartbreaking for these poor little whelps. But essentially, right, we hear, "That's weird. I could have sworn I saw something. It feels like there are fewer guards around here than ever. We're too short-handed to cover this big tower. Haven't you heard? You can blame you-know-what for that. They're all gone because they saw it. Saw what? The legendary Phantom Room.
Legendary Phantom.
You idiot, don't talk such nonsense like that. Now, clearly this has to do with Im, right?
Yes, of course.
But my question here is the Phantom Room the room of flowers? Or another room? Or the room below Marijwa with the big straw hat?
I don't think it's the room with flowers, because there was in that one panel where a servant came in and told Imu that the 5 elders were ready.
See, the thing is with that, right, is being how do I explain this? Being
permitted to go inside?
Yeah. It could be that there are certain staff that are aware of Im, hence fulfilling Im's needs and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting to say the least, right? Because whatever it is, it made the security force get wiped out for Marijwa.
It's just that this room, the word phantom, the thing is, phantoms are quote unquote not supposed to be there, and they're completely spiritual. So I don't know, when I think about it, I feel like we might low-key get like a Hogwarts moment where this room actually only appears at certain times in certain places around the building. Because I mean, phantom room, it's just,
you think it's something that pops in and out.
They don't say secret room, right? Like, the word phantom just sticks out to me so much, because if this is a proper translation, I'm imagining this room either doesn't exist, or you can only see it if you have some sort of amazing observation hockey.
See, I view it as it either doesn't exist, or it's talking about the inhabitant of the room being the Phantom of Marijwa, who would be Im.
Oh! Okay, I could get on that boat.
So it's sort of like a Phantom of the Opera sort of vibe, where because no one's meant to know who Im is, whenever someone comes across Im, by accident, they have to be eliminated.
Okay, I like that.
The only problem I have with that is, I mean, Im's got to eat. Im's got to sleep. Unless the Gorosei are getting food brought to them and then walking in and bringing food to Im, it kind of... It's a bit wishy-washy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't really see it being the right vibe in that regard. Alright, I've almost found this panel. Here we go. Okay. I'll bring this up on stream now. Right?
Go ahead.
So it's chapter 662... Page 9. We see Smoker make 6 fists simultaneously out of his chest to strike at Trafalgar Law. And you can see they're 3 right fists, 3 left fists, all coming at once. Right?
Okay, I see. Yeah, I opened up the chapter 2. Yep. Okay, I'm on board.
So that's what I mean when I say a Logi is able to replicate multiple body parts. Right? Karasu as well, specifically, has the greatest range we've seen out of a Logia in all of One Piece, because we see pre-time skip his crows in simultaneously in the East Blue and in the Grand Line with the revolutionaries on Baltigo. Right? Because we see Karasu well before we're ever introduced to who Karasu is. He's actually the information network of the Revolutionary Army. Because they use messenger crows, but we now found out that those messenger crows are him. So he's able to split himself up enough to exist in multiple parts of the world at once.
If he has that certain amount of reach, again, I'm not dismissing that, but I don't know, we'd have to see how far Karasu can go.
Well, I dare say that even though he's splitting that part up, it's still a part of him. So if it got caught or damaged, it would be taking...
Yeah, he's in trouble.
Yeah, it could cause more issues and stuff like that. Hence why he's so good at it and being evasive, because he's never really, like, he's more effective when he's all together, but most of the time he's spread out helping. Because we even see this, remember, in his... so we see him pre-time skip in, I'm pretty sure it's Tequila Wolf and on Baltico, and then post-time skip we see him actually introduced again at the end of Dressrosa, flying with Sabo, and we see a murder of crows flying through the air there. And he's even able to make a crow have double wingspan to have Sabo sitting on him. And then obviously we've seen him introduced since then doing a lot of other stuff. But again, it's still the utility that he's a major player in the Revolutionaries. And it's also really important to note that the way that Koala described it is they don't really get the Revolutionary captains from the Four Blues together very often, even though we've seen Karasu being involved in a lot of those areas, even before being asked to come to Kamabaka Queendom. Because we get that bit before the Revelry where they're only just then about to invite the captains from all Four Blues to come, right? But then a couple of chapters before that, we literally saw Sabo with Karasu in the Grand Line, actually in the New World. When he's supposed to be in the North Blue in that regard. So it is definitely very interesting. That being said, we'll see more of it when we see more of it. Just because he's got the range doesn't mean he's got the versatility and utility. I talked last week as well, though. Like, again, we know that Logias can create their element, right? We see this when people like people like Ace, right, make the Entei, the Great Flame Commandment. We see time and time again Logias be able to create their element, right? We see time and time again Logias be able to control their element. Again, using Ace with his Entei, we see him actually be able to create dragons out of it to fly around. We see last week the Abeli Soot from Karasu, where he's able to send out sharp soot spikes to impale people. We see things all the time where Logias are able to telekinetically control their element if it's in their presence, right? But then we also see Logias become their element and be able to replicate themselves in their element, like Smoker making those multiple fists. Right?
Yeah.
So it's really important because all Logias are capable of that, but just because they're capable of that doesn't mean they have the technically refined skills to do it. For example, you brought up before Caesar being a lesser Logia. Caesar's Logia is amazing, and he himself is an amazing user for that Logia, but he's not a combative person, so its maximum capacity for combat isn't really reached with him, even if it scientifically reaches its limits with its use with him, if that makes sense. Like, he can take the oxygen out of the air and make any gas and combine it to make any chemical or substance, right?
He even made a lightsaber.
Exactly. But at the same point in time, it's not like he's necessarily skilled enough that we've seen. Like, we saw him make his Shirokuni, where he makes the poisonous gas that fossilizes people, right?
Yep.
We know he's smart enough to do it, but he's apparently not skilled enough to make that and then just send it off. You know what I mean? When there's no reason for him to create, like, where there's no reason for him to not create that to end people like the Straw Hats in Punk Hazard. Just create the element, send it their way, slow them up, and stop them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That being said, we also get the split between Bonnie and Sabo here, where Sabo says, we're going back to the Grand Line, you're heading to the New World, cheers for the help, catch you later. Which is interesting because I'm now really curious, because after this, Sabo's going to have all that other information revealed, like about Cobra and stuff like that. But Bonnie here, we know that Bonnie in the current story wants to talk to Luffy about Sabo. So I wonder what has happened in this section of the flashback that we're not privy to that makes Bonnie want to tell Luffy something. If, for example, Sabo has explained to Bonnie what the plans of the revolutionaries are here, and what she wants to do is tell Luffy, hey, I know that you're friends with Princess Vivi. You know, we know Sabo didn't kill Cobra, and then it'll just be something as simple as the Straw Hats being like, "Oh, we already knew that because he's a good guy." Because again, it's hard because for every mystery Oda creates, he also has a fake out payoff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like
before he shakes your hand, you got to take a little bit of the backhand first.
Mm-hmm. He does do this quite regularly. Okay.
But it's what makes One Piece fun.
Yeah. Oh, it definitely does. Then we reach the intense part of this chapter.
This part right here is probably one of the biggest, like, if what's going on in my head actually ends up working out, I will generally be like dumbfounded. Like, I will be speechless.
Please,
when the next chapter comes out.
Please let loose. Let me know your theory right now. I'm interested to know, to say the least.
So in part, when we have King Cobra enter the throne room, right?
Yep.
What I find really in particular of this chapter is also like just the representation of it. So, I might be reading a little bit too much into it, but the way I see this scene is that you have Nefertari Cobra, who's already well past his years, and he's technically crippled, and you already have like all these well-able men in front of him. It's kind of showing the huge power imbalance right from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
So you have Nefertari Cobra, who's viewed as the most prominent king and the most respected, but here you have all these quote-unquote monarchs who are hailed as the wisest
and towering over him.
Yep. But right behind them is the empty throne. So this is kind of showing how, like, this is how I really believe that Cobra is actually dead. It's because it's literally showing that they are getting rid of the old and just coming in with the new. Like, this great cleansing is going to start with the very first kingdom that decided to not plant down their swords.
Not only do I agree with you, especially that Cobra is dead, but more than that, I think this page here is actually really representative of a far bigger issue here, in the sense that you have Cobra, who is a good, just ruler.
Yes.
Then towering over him is the might of the Gorosei, those in charge of the world government. Towering over the Gorosei is the combined might of the 170 countries that have pledged allegiance to the world government.
Yes.
Above them is the other celestial dragons. And I know that the Gorosei are celestial dragons, but unironically, the Gorosei themselves are probably less important than the total accumulation of the other celestial dragons. And what I mean by that is, in the eyes of the world, but also for what it means to be here. But by becoming the competent celestial dragons, have also lessened their value to the world government because they're somewhat expendable.
Oh, okay.
If that makes sense.
Yep. No, I see what you mean.
So what I see here is you have an individual ruler, the best of the best. Above them, you have the committee of rulers in charge of the world government. Then above the committee of rulers, you actually have the might of the world government itself, all the countries that are backing it. Above that, the people that founded the world government. And then above that, you have him. And I think the way that this is actually framed here is supposed to show you how many levels down Cobra is, thematically, from actually being of any importance or significance here.
I really like that view. Yeah, that's basically what I wanted to say, but yeah, you put it in way better than what I was thinking of.
Making it 100% more funnier as well is the fact that just to the right of them is a water cooler for refreshing snacks and beverages. When I saw that, I actually lost my shit. I was just like, yo, is that in there just for when the Gorosei are monologuing and they need to have a quick water break because they're getting a bit of cotton?
Even on something that looks like a desk with crackers in it.
Yeah, no, that's it. That is straight up. It actually looks like one of those portable tea kettles that you put boiling water in, and it's like a thermos that keeps the tea warm for hours and hours and hours for, like, you know, events and venues and stuff like that. It looks like it was put there for the kings and they came up to swear fealty. And it's just like they've just left it there and that for anyone to come get tea and crackers.
Oh my gosh. Or maybe like for like the really old kings or whatever, when they have to climb up the steps to put down the sword, they have to come down because they're really parched.
Yeah, they need that water break for when they talk about how everyone just secretly wishes they could sit on the empty throne.
Dang.
Um,
That was a really good analysis down to a water cooler.
yeah, I know, right? But then we get to actually the crazy analysis stuff here. We get Cobra, King Cobra, ruler of Alabaster. What have you come to ask? Perhaps I should start from the beginning. As you are aware, the organization known as the World Government was founded 800 years ago, when 20 different monarchs came together.
Mm-hmm.
Their families all promptly moved to Merijua to live as one clan, referred to as the Celestial Dragons. The ones responsible for the creation of the world, and as such, they have ruled over their creation ever since. Internally, the 20 were considered equal, and to ensure that no individual dictator would rise up from among them, they installed the empty throne. Each of them placed a weapon around the throne to symbolize their vow to never try and sit upon it. Now, I actually have a few different things to break down here, right?
Okay.
I know we've actually had this information for a while, but the important thing is here, the world government was formed 800 years ago. Specifically 800 years ago this year type of thing as well, right? Meaning the world government's formation isn't in the Void Century. If that makes sense. The reason why they were founded is in the Void Century. But the actual formation of it is just at the end of the Void Century, where there's actually records of information about it. Right?
Okay.
One of the reasons that's interesting, and this leads into something that I've talked about on TikTok. So I was asked on TikTok, do I have any theories on Lady Tioki, Odin's wife? And so I've had, for a long time now, I know that there's something with her in the story. I just haven't been able to piece any of it together. So I haven't made a theory on it in any capacity, nor really dwelled on it. Just because I've gone, I know there's something there, but I don't know what it will be. So I will come back to it when it's revealed in the story, right?
Yeah.
Someone requested...
That's something that you kind of got to dissect like little piece by piece, panel by panel. It's not really something that you can just take with a broad brush.
I think it's something that we don't have the information on anyway at the moment. We've got the start of it, but we don't have any significance on it, right? But it has led me to doing a reply video to it. I did reread all her scenes and that just to see if it made me feel any sort of way about her, right? One of the important things is she came from 800 years ago, 33 years ago. Meaning she's actually, when this was founded 800 years ago, she actually predates that 800 years by another 33 years. 833 years ago.
Yeah, so she was there before everything broke out.
Yes. Or she was in the last quarter. She was born in the last quarter of the Void Century. Right? Meaning the reason for the Void Century, it may already be wrapping up there to an extent, whatever the state of the world is. However, she would only be on the back half of it, and only as a young child as well, before jumping into the future multiple times. Right? The reason why I find that interesting is we actually have a bit of information that predates the Void Century, and then a bit of information from the Void Century in a sense. Jewelry, not Jewelry Bunny, Lady Toki, right?
Yep.
She, on her introduction, was immediately able to identify slavers just by how they carried themselves.
Yep.
Meaning, in the Void Century, where she is from, slavery is very predominant.
Okay, yeah.
we also know that the 20 founding countries, right? We know that one of them is Dressrosa. We know that 900 years ago, the Don Quixote family enslaved the entire Tontada tribe. And it wasn't until 800 years ago that they end up being released when the Riku dynasty finally takes ownership of the world government, of the Dressrosa country.
Dressrosa.
Meaning, what we're probably looking at is, and we see this still in the aftermath now, the Celestial Dragons back in that era, the 20 founding kingdoms, probably to an extent had a monopoly on against the ancient kingdom by weaponizing slavery. If the ancient kingdom, which we now know is an advanced scientific kingdom, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they were not bad guys, and the twist is going to be that the Celestial Dragons were good guys that have turned bad over time, if this ancient kingdom were actually genuinely good people trying to better the world, their advances in technology may have actually created instability for these 20 kingdoms by threatening what made them so fruitful, being their slave trades. And in doing so, these 20 kingdoms with prosperous slave trades band together to then attack said ancient kingdom, resulting in weaponizing slaves against the ancient kingdom, which wouldn't actually want to fight back because all they would be doing is fighting enslaved people, not the people behind the attack.
I actually do like that spin where the ancient kingdom wasn't quote unquote like this generally monstrous threat. I think how you word it is like more so how these 20 kingdoms perceived how they would have lost a lot of their generally like political power if all the slaves and everything were to be liberated, because Oda's made a lot of references to slavery until like pre monarch age, where pretty much like anytime you conquered a different land, people would be like it's like a good example of like how the Roman Empire got so big. It's just that not only did the Roman Empire conquer a lot of different nations, they also slowly integrated them into society, but on a lesser footnote, to ensure that they always were the ones holding the reins. So yeah, when you have this surprisingly advanced kingdoms where it doesn't require these same principles that these other 20
it destabilizes
kingdoms,
them.
yeah, it basically destabilizes everything that they don't know, and that's just the common sense of human nature. When you don't understand something, that one of the easiest reactions is to be afraid of it.
And what could make this a little bit more interesting as well is, as far as we know, there isn't really a slave trade present with the Nefertari family and the Alabaster Kingdom, right?
Mm-hmm.
They could have actually sided with the slave traders, not because of a fear of being destabilized, but because of an actual fear of what advanced technology could do to the world. The same fears that Jinbei brings up with, if everyone has access to information, misinformation and misuse of information could cause a much greater issue.
Yup. Knowledge is power, but you never know which tip of the scale that power is going to land.
Hence why the Nefertari would have then taken and guarded the knowledge to one of the ancient weapons to prevent knowledge being let back out.
Yep, they definitely chose the more conservative route, and I do agree with them on that part. Like, as of now, that was probably the greatest move, because in terms of like weaponized power and everything like that, if what we saw at Lulusia, I think that's what it was
Yep,
called.
the Lucia Kingdom.
Lulusia, that oh, that name is so hard for me to say. Lulusia Kingdom. Yeah, if that was quote unquote one of the weapons that Emu has at their disposal. I'm using there because I don't Like I don't know if they're a guy or a girl yet. So yeah, if that's a weapon that Emu has, then by all means, I completely agree that Pluton not existing is probably better for the world.
Because it's one of those things where damned if you do, damned if you don't. But by the end of the night, everyone has to pick a side.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And sometimes bad people do bad things for bad reasons, but sometimes good people do bad things for bad reasons, or
Yep.
good people do bad things for good reasons.
It's all in the context, man. Like
Yeah.
you like let's say like we go back like 100 years ago when like two kingdoms were at war, whatever. If I was on one side of the army staring at you, I would assume that you're the bad guy, even if it's quote unquote for a good reason. Like let's say like we settled here in this abandoned place, and then you guys came over, and it was technically yours that was abandoned beforehand, and you guys wanted to take it back. It's like you need so much more context when it comes to conflict, and you also have to take into account at the time that it actually occurred.
So
Because we're seeing all of this stuff now, and we're thinking like, oh, these 20 kingdoms, like, yeah, they went up against this all because it was bad. Like this kingdom 800 years ago, they must have been like overlords and everything like that. But as far as we know, we don't really understand who was the quote unquote good guy.
mhm. And it very well
So
could
for
be
people,
that the Celestial Dragons were good guys, but clearly we're being betrayed at the moment that they're not, and they've had power for a long time, right?
mm-hmm.
And I'm about to take this another step. And Ebenezer, I see you in the chat, my dude. Get ready for this, because I'm about to expand this theory a bit more. I actually think that the Nefertari being in that situation is also because they were under threat of colonization by the ancient kingdom. And my reasoning for that is countries related to this ancient kingdom, we only know of one direct country that is an ally of them, and that is Wano, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
However, to make matters even more complicated, right? Although Wano is directly allied with said ancient kingdom, I think we can link other kingdoms to them based on other kingdoms' connections to Wano. Making matters even more complicated, I think Wano's history is actually confused with another one of Wano's colonized countries. Okay?
Okay. Okay,
So,
I'm following.
we know in Act 2 when Zoro is fighting Onimaru. The Onimaru talks about what Wano was back in the previous generations. And we even see in the Wanted spin-off with Ryuma what Wano was like back in the day, right?
Yes.
We know that at one point in time, Wano is referred to as the country of gold. But we do not ever see Wano as a country of gold, do we?
No.
But what we do know about Wano is Wano has the Kozuki family. The Kozuki family created the poneglyphs and the language the poneglyphs are. And we also know that Wano was apparently the land of gold at some point in time. But there is another country that actually has all of that history present as it's actually standing now. And that is Shandora.
Yes.
Shandora is a city of gold. And I'm not sure if any of you guys remember this. The poneglyph that exists at Sky Island, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't the only Kozuki writing on Sky Island. It's actually written into the walls of the city. If you go to the chapter, I think it's around 255. Maybe between 255 and 270. Maybe 263. Why am I feeling 263 so heavily?
It's all good. I will double check for you.
It's when Robin first enters Shandora, the city of gold. Right? When she first enters the city of gold, we actually see her find Kozuki writing along the walls and pillars of the city that aren't on the poneglyphs. We also learn in the Nolan flashback, Kolgara actually says, as a hypothetical here, We guard the poneglyph here because our ancestors are believed to have died protecting it. Right? However, I think it's actually...
Sorry, you said chapter 260.
260?
Sorry, what chapter did you say?
It's between 255 and 270, I think.
Okay.
It's at the beginning of a volume. So I'm probably gonna...
Oh yeah, no, I'm here at the beginning of volume 28. Okay.
28? Is it around there? I'm not 100% sure. These numbers are a bit rough on my head. There are some things that I remember a lot better than others. Yep, that's in the middle of the games. Luffy's... No, it's a little bit later when Zoro's fighting Ohm. Call it 264, maybe?
Okay, I will pull up 264. This is fun. I like hunting stuff like this.
But to continue along with the theory, right? While you're trying to find that out, because you'll be able to tell me what chapter it is. So, Sky Island had Kozuki present to write that language. It is a city of gold.
Yep.
That would heavily imply that inhabitants from Wano lived at Shandora. In the Nolan flashback, Kalgara says he believed his ancestors died protecting the poneglyph. And that's why it's implied that it's their land and that they're there to protect it, doing what their ancestors did. However, I think it's actually much more likely that their ancestors actually migrated there after the Void Century. After the island was destroyed. Because Shandora was actually destroyed. And Kalgara specifically says this. The actual city was destroyed during the war. So the ancient kingdoms that came together destroyed Shandora and therefore destroyed the inhabitants. And it's actually heavily implied that Kalgara doesn't realize they aren't the original owners of that land. They migrated thereafter. And that's also supported by the fact that we see in the Enel cover series that the Sky People are actually migrated from the moon. Right? Meaning Shandora is actually probably more than anything a colony of Wano than it is a colony built by the Sky People. The colony being built by Wano means that Wano had to reach there, meaning more than anything, they most likely reached there by actually being allied with the ancient kingdom and maybe even using their advanced technology to try and set sail and colonize other countries. The reason why this is actually really interesting is Shandora and Jaya are at the throat of Alabasta. Meaning, if Alabasta was allied with the ancient 20 kingdoms and not the ancient kingdom itself, like with the Celestial Dragons, they were the last country in a line of colonized countries. And if you actually follow that line of logic, right, you have an poneglyph on Alabasta, then you have a poneglyph in a civilization at Jaya/Skypiea, but then after we leave Jaya and Skypiea, we actually leave that log poses trail. We don't know what the rest of the countries are in that straight line, in the Grand Line, do we? We actually swap, and because we fall from Sky Island, we actually make it to another path on the log poses.
That's true.
If you follow that path along, eventually you get back on track with Fishman Island, another colony associated with the world government and Joy Boy. So, not with the world government, with the ancient kingdom and Joy Boy, which also houses a poneglyph, right? If you leave if you leave Fishman Island, we don't know. Obviously, we know that Punk Hazard isn't associated with poneglyphs, so we don't have a poneglyph there, right? But if you actually follow the Jinbei cover series, an island immediately after Fishman Island actually had a poneglyph. It's just the kingdom there was destroyed and sunk to the bottom of the sea. Another kingdom just like Shandora that had been destroyed.
Okay.
So what you're probably looking at in the world, right, is wherever the Sky Island is, not the Sky Island, wherever the Ancient Kingdom is, which is most likely Laughtale, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were an advanced civilization that started radiating out from where they were, colonizing around them with their advanced technology, right? Then, after radiating out, they pick one direction straight in front of them and proceed to colonize all of the countries in that straight line, creating more and more settlements, using their advanced technology as well to arguably transport resources to each of those kingdoms seamlessly. Right? We know that all of Vegapunk's technology is based on the Ancient Kingdom, so they would have the ability to teleport, they would have the ability to do all sorts of things. Right?
That's wild, man. If this is very heavy, but I'm really enjoying this.
If you follow that line, like I said, if you look at countries that were colonized by the Ancient Kingdom, you've got Wano to its side along one of the walls of the against one of the walls of the Calm Belt. You've got the likes of an ally, again another ally of Wano, being Zunisha, who's lived for 1,000 years, meaning at this age would have been 200 years old, right? Also housing another civilization that had poneglyphs, right? So they've radiated out, they pick one straight line, they keep going down that straight line, and just before they get to Alabasta, when Alabasta is the next country that they're going to take over, the world government was formed and destroyed them.
Okay.
As well as other kingdoms and countries that hadn't been colonized by the world government yet, but were in its immediate vicinity, like Dressrosa, with active slave trades. And there is even more thematical evidence to bring these countries together, because you have Noland, who's very predominant in the Skypiea flashback, and also very predominant in Dressrosa. Right? So Oda's saying, look, there's a thematical link between these, and if you actually look at the geography of how it's set up, they seemed like a superpower that was advancing. These guys, scared of their ability to lose power, formed together and destroy them. Right? Now, I also believe that the I forget their name. It's Toki's family name. I actually think her family was the Wanoians in charge of Shandora, and that she actually fled from Shandora into the future. Which is why in the Odin flashback she says, I'm from a sect of people from Wano that haven't been to Wano. My parents grew up there, I didn't. I want to travel there, because it's safe. Right?
So yeah, sorry, just a quick note. I was going through the chapter 264. I did find the one with the ruins on it, but I don't think it's anything related to the poneglyphs. It's only only relative to the Shandorian people, I think. I don't see anything reminiscent of the poneglyphs on the ruins that Robin's stepping on.
Hang on. I will... in 263, she's already fighting, so it's before 263.
Yeah. Before 263? Okay.
It must be.
I will start at 260 then. That'll be a good...
Hang on. I'll see if I can find it.
260? Nope, that's just talking about Inaru with Nami. Wait, is it Enaru or is it Enel? I've always gotten
depends on the translation, I'm pretty sure.
Translation, okay, yeah. Because I've always figured, like, I always see Enel and I always see Enaru and I'm like, it's gotta be like close to one. Okay, so it's not 260.
Hang on. While we're looking for that, I'll read Ebenezer's quote. So as far as the 20 kingdoms are concerned, we only know 2, which were the part of the original 20, but only one of the 20 had poneglyphs. We see that the poneglyphs were given to countries around the world, but not Dressrosa. We see that Alabasta had one, though. Could the reason be that Alabasta have been considered an ally of some sort and that they were to be trusted with one? We don't know if the other 18 of the 20 did not receive poneglyphs and prove this theory, though. I would say, like I said, Alabasta stole a poneglyph to block access of information because that poneglyph actually led to the location of an ancient weapon. Which could actually tie into the fact of why Princess or Queen Lily left the Celestial Dragons. Didn't go to Marijua because she was actually trying to block the access of information there. If that makes sense. Because the way that they're waging warfare is very different. And we know that unless a twist is, which is very possible, unless a twist is that what are they called? The plot twist is that the Nefertari family is actually evil, which I highly doubt. I don't see that being the case. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That being said, that's under the assumption that Im isn't.
Oh, okay. Sorry, bro. Just a quick thing. Sorry, I found the one. It's 261, where Robin encounters the ruins, and then she says,
text.
she's looking at this huge, gigantic wall, and she says, "The year 402 of Cayenne, the city thrived over 1,100 years ago, and it was destroyed 800 years ago, aka
Yes.
Void Century Time." Okay.
I'll go back and find that there.
Yeah, 261.
261.
Somewhere like the 3/4 of the way down into the chapter.
Oh, that is actually not even the part I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
That just supports it more though. But no, I mean we actually see a wall with the poneglyph writing completely on it.
Oh dang, okay.
Hang on. So that was 262. I'm on 258.
261.
Hang on. Must be a little bit before that. Yeah, which again, the only reason I know that is because I was just flipping through stuff. No, 259 is one of my favorite chapters. This is going to be really weird to say. My favorite panel in all of One Piece is the beginning of the Zoro vs. Ohm fight.
Really?
The way the grass is drawn, that is my favorite panel in all of One Piece. And it is
Man really loves grass.
Yeah. It's a really random one. Hang on, actually. Do you know what? I have it saved on my phone.
Yeah, this kind of this one, like the way the grass is actually drawn here, it kind of doesn't really give me One Piece vibes, low key.
Let's try and find this, shall I? Here we go. Alright, I'm going to show this to the camera if anyone can see, okay?
I will squint to my heart's content.
I gotta...
Sorry, your stream is just a little bit delayed, so I gotta wait till
right.
your actions actually catch up with your words.
You can kind of see it there. Specifically, so she goes, "It can't be. The words that are casually written here, they're the same script as those on the poneglyph. And they're along the walls of Jaya and that. And actually, this is a crackpot theory here, right? If you actually go into the Shandora flashback, you know the altar where they were going to sacrifice while they're praying to the rain god and that?
Yeah, I see. Yep.
That altar, tell me if I'm wrong on this, but that altar looks 100% like Jinbei. Which has me questioning if the Straw Hats are going to time travel in some capacity.
Oh! That's not where I was going, but alright.
Hang on. Wait. I'll turn that light off, see if that helps it. There we go. We can see clear images here. Because there's a fish man with bushy eyebrows, big nose, predominant teeth, who uses palm strikes on the altar, relating to the god. You know what I mean? And to me, that's like one of those really weird things where I'm like, that gives me a lot of Jinbei vibes.
Yes,
yeah.
I see it.
Yeah, that one is weird, but like for me, the Ancient Kingdom is very clearly set up with the narrative of they're an expanding force, right? We know very little about the Ancient Kingdom. We know very little about the Celestial Dragons, in all honesty. But we know that all these guys here are Celestial Dragons, right? The fact that the Nefertari family didn't plant a sword, according to these Gorosei here, and we'll go through this bit now, right? This has me actually really believing that they actually did plant a sword here. It's just Nefertari, the Nefertari family was forced to do another mission as well. If that is Lily isn't Im herself, which would be very interesting.
Could I also throw like a crazy wild ball?
Shoot.
You know how the way that the throne is designed, like if you go back up to when Cobra was facing it. To be honest, like I can kind of see like how the throne, the start of it, it kind of looks like the circle is the beginning of a hilt, and then the actual like thing above it is actually a blade.
True. I've always viewed it as, if you look at the throne, if you scroll down a little bit to where we get the close up of the throne, to me the throne is and always has been indicative of the Grand Line itself.
And I'm just wondering why it's got all those like little random white dots sprinkled on.
Those are the islands in the New World, or on the Grand Line.
Oh. Okay.
Being all the kingdoms of the world that have joined forces.
There goes. Never mind. Moving on.
Alright, so Ebenezer said, if one of the two poneglyphs shown in Alabaster did have the history of Alabaster written on it, what would give them the capability to write their history on the poneglyphs, and why would that be important? So if the Ancient Kingdom and allies did that, then it gives me question as far as whether Alabaster might have been an ally to them in some way. I mean, Alabaster would have to be an ally with them at first, trying to stop them overtaking their country, essentially. Very much like what the world was like with the in like real history, and that with the fears that Russia and communism would spread through the world. It'd be very much like that.
Yep.
They would be in the precarious situation of one of the countries like Vietnam, that is on the border of those beliefs and not those beliefs, and they would have had to have picked a side to either fight or agree to it. And we know that the Kingdom of Alabaster is reasonably diplomatic. They may have had poneglyphs and stuff like that created for them while they're trying to be diplomatic, going, hey, don't take us over, but we're our own country, give us our space. And then as things continue to escalate, they may have gone, do you know what, let's just join up with the Celestial Dragons, we have to stop them. Very, very possible.
Because more often than not, when people see the word progress, they often don't really pay attention to where the break is. Like, I'm maybe like it's a lot of like mixed, I guess, quote unquote, a lot of mixed feelings, because maybe the Ancient Kingdom didn't know when to stop. With its quote unquote advancements, and they kept on pushing and pushing and pushing. It's the same thing when you get encroaching on like agreed like settlements and lands. Like whenever you try to swerve around like a diplomatic agreement, and maybe Alabasta just got fed up with it, because the way I'm picturing this is like it's quote unquote Alabasta's hand was forced instead of actually being
tying this back in. A bit of technology that we actually haven't had explained in the past, which would be really interesting to be brought back into it, which could directly affect it, is if on the progress of advanced technology, these kingdoms were thriving in this essentially marching line, what would happen if they made it two countries that didn't have resources, that needed resources? They would then try to facilitate those resources, wouldn't they? The biggest one would probably be water. Hence the creation of dance powder. Hence the history of Alabaster with dance powder.
That would be a good tie-in. Yes, I can see that.
Which could be why Alabaster is now a desert country. It could have been once lush greenery, but the Ancient Kingdom, needing resources for their progressing countries, used dance powder to facilitate their country's growth, resulting in the death of Alabaster's greenery.
Yes, that would be a great. That would also a great parallel for that would be the Industrial Revolution, as to we made unfathomable. Oh my god, I'm getting so tongue tied.
Advances in technology.
Yeah, technology, but the like if you look back at what we had to sacrifice, like forestry, wildlife, even our own lifespans, like if you were in the industrial age at its peak and you were working in a factory, you'd probably like you were considered old by the time you reached 40.
All right, you ready for some craziness to get even more wild here?
Go ahead, shoot your target, bro.
So
Ready.
I've gone from 1. I've turned it up to 100. Let's turn it up to 101, shall we? So you know how one of the big things that I've talked about during this theory is the bastardization and misinformation of history,
Yes.
and how the history of one country could be mistaken as the history for another country if there is settlement of that country. Wano and Shandora having mixed histories, right?
Yep.
In Shandora, especially in the Nolan flashback, we learn of a mythology, the ancestor trees. The giant gold belfry at Shandora is rung to guide the souls of the dead back into trees, and their souls rest in the trees.
Okay.
Do you know what that life cycle is identical to?
If it's a mythology one, then I don't know.
The mythological life cycle of devil fruits. A fruit from a tree, a soul from a tree, is eaten through a fruit. The user gains an ability, then dies, but we know that fruit reincarnates.
Oh.
The mythology of the ancestor trees may be a bastardized information of devil fruits. Who would have made devil fruits in this situation? The Ancient Kingdom. But who involved in the Ancient Kingdom would have made it? The Tontadas, who also have a connection with Nolan and Shandora, right?
That's crazy. Okay.
We know that they cultivate devil fruits and are able to make devil fruits grow from trees with the smiles.
Yeah.
So what if that mythology comes from somewhere in the Ancient Kingdom's array of countries? They actually freed slaves from the Doflamingo family and Dressrosa, causing the wrath of that country and their reasoning to joining the Celestial Dragons in the first place, by stealing their slaves and using them to cultivate devil fruits in the first place. The first true proper devil fruits.
That is wild.
And that mythology is actually just a misunderstanding of the explanation of advanced sciences, passed down through hearsay throughout the generations.
That would be amazing.
Would that not be a great tie in there?
I mean, I'm on board. You definitely hooked me.
Making it a little bit more wild as well would be in the original map of Skypiea, we actually see that there are actually ancient giants and Oni that exist in Sky Island that never existed while we know it today.
Yeah.
Meaning...
Yeah. The generations before were definitely a lot more insane.
Meaning in previous generations, there were giants and Onis living in Shandora, giving a thematical tie to those species to be allied with the Ancient Kingdom, which makes sense since the Ancient Kingdom would remove slaves and the necessities to work with robots, hence the giant robot in Egghead Island. Being a worker drone for the giants in that regard, built by the Ancient Kingdom.
It's because just when you look at that giant downed machination, you also have to keep in mind Oda doesn't add on horns just for the sake of it. those or like again like because you had like the way I kind of see it on like just this is a very like broad rough definition of the timeline, but you had like again like yeah Shandora 1100 years, and then you had the Void Century, and then I'd like to think that like odds and ors they're like the remnants of the
Void Century.
of the aftermath.
Yeah.
Because we hear that what was it? Odds was like this huge the one that Gecko Moria revives. What's his name again?
Oars.
Ors. Okay, yeah. Ors. I don't know why I call him Odds.
In
Ors.
the official English viz, his name's Oz. OZ.
See, all the stuff with Enel and Eneru and Odds and Ors. It's messing with my brain, man.
Well, I mean, linking them into this, we know that Wano was part of the Ancient Kingdom's allies.
Mm-hmm.
We also know that Wano was originally at sea level and not raised above sea level, and that they've built up Mount Fuji over the generations, right?
Yeah.
Which,
but here's the crazy thought that I had, because you know how you have that gigantic skull in the middle of Wano?
Yep.
What if it was an Oni that lifted Wano up?
Well, that's actually just what I was about to say. What if that's actually Oz Senior, the continent puller?
Mm-hmm.
So you've got Oz Junior, Oz, and Oz Senior. Oz Senior reigned from 1,000 years ago to after the end of the Void Century. His son Oz dies as in his mid 300s, right? Which we don't know the difference between a giant's lifespan and a giant, right?
Yeah.
And then Oz's child. So we got Oz Senior, Oz, and Oz Junior. Oz Junior being the newest generation of it, having 3 generations spanned 1,000 years. And so that Oz Senior, the continent puller, right, protected Wano by, during a warring period, maybe at the cost of his own life, put his arms in the ground, scooping up land and lifting up the country of Wano up into the air and holding it there, creating the borders of Wano up in the air. He passed away standing, much like Whitebeard, hence Onigishima's skull.
Mm-hmm.
Hence the legend of the continent puller being originally made, because he was so big he could actually pull a continent.
It's just always my curiosity, because they always say that they found ores like in an ice country.
Yep.
Right. So I'm just wondering, like, again, maybe this is another spin of history or whatever, because we see Ors Jr. He's not a bad guy in nature, right?
No,
like,
he's just a curious...
He's a genuinely kind soul.
Yeah.
So this whole depiction of Ors being this, like,
monster?
Ors, yeah, of being a complete monster with, like, criminals and such, but how much of that can we actually take without a grain of salt?
Well...
Because maybe it was Ors gathering remnants of, let's say, like this
ancient kingdom
populace or whatever, and then he ended up getting stranded out in the frozen wastes while on the run.
See, the ores that Moria had that froze to death,
yeah,
I think it's as simple as he was just not as like, ores is very simple. They're just happy people.
True.
I think it's as simple as he was just not that bright and he wandered into an area that caused him to freeze to death.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas his son found a father figure in Whitebeard and a brother in Ace, and the senior version was friends with the Ancient Kingdom. Maybe because with their technology, they were actually able to, be friendly with him on more equal terms. For example, we know that Joy Boy existed at that time, Joy Boy having Luffy's Sun God Nika fruit, and can turn giant. Might be the only other person in existence of the same height at one point, being able to actually have a relationship with someone, not romantically or anything, but just like having someone that you can actually spend time with, talk to. You know what I mean? If Oz is that big, a normal human would be nothing to him. You probably wouldn't even be able to hear them.
Yeah, it's like, this is the kind of stuff I thrive on, man, because there's so much speculation. Because the history of One Piece is so, I guess, warped depending on whose view you get it from.
There's a lot of hearsay in it. And
it's a lot of word of mouth.
I mean, even Kaido's title is entirely built on word of mouth.
True.
So, you know, anyone being stronger than him isn't far-fetched because it's all built on hearsay, and all the other people of his caliber honestly haven't been making moves to be able to showcase what they would have been capable of anyway. Nor are they as aggressive. So, Oda does this wonderful thing of hiding enough of the details that everything can always be surprising, but also showing enough of the details that it's there so that when it is revealed, it's not contradicted.
Yeah, I like that.
That being said, we continue on. At the same time, new royal families were handpicked to rule the nations. The founders could no longer preside over. Those families are still in power to this day. In order to ensure the smooth transition, all references mentioning the previous dynasty's reign were removed from each of the founders' respective home countries. This is where I talk about another possibly wild theory.
All right.
All traces, all references mentioning the previous dynasty's reigns were removed from each of the founders' respective home countries. Right? Meaning, you have 100 years with literally zero information. And then at the end of it, 800 years ago, you have 20 people that claim they were in charge of these countries and need to be treated better, being elevated above everyone else, with apparently no standing, lasting information as to their existence prior.
Yeah, this was a very... It was a very thorough but also very vague operation as to how they handled it. Because now all you have here is pretty much, since you take away their quote unquote their history, right? Removed from each of the founders' respective countries. Like, once you do that, you're essentially cutting the bloodline, and only things that are passed down from them that can easily be diluted and warped to however you want.
What information do we have to actually say that any of the 20 founding kingdoms ever ruled any of their respective countries?
Nothing. Only from the world government.
Which means they may never have ruled those countries. They've just altered the past or altered the information and claimed that they were once in charge of those countries and therefore deserve special treatment.
It's a thing of history, bro.
But that's it. The organization themselves may be more of a Inception sort of situation. I would say the only thing is, we know that the Nefertari family, right, were stayed to rule. But is that because they wanted to stay and be good, or is that because when they were implanting themselves in these situations, the Nefertari family was the only one smart enough to go, us implanting ourselves in a history that we were never a part of won't work. I'm gonna actually take over this country.
Oh. Okay, that's an interesting line of thought.
Like, and what I mean by that is, like, if they're saying here that the common story that's told is the reason why it isn't known that the Celestial Dragon's families ever ruled any of these countries is because they got rid of that information conveniently so that their new rulers would have an easier time, that doesn't make any sense when they're going around telling the world that they founded the world government in the first place.
Yeah, that's kind of hypocritical.
It doesn't. It directly contradicts what it is that they're saying that they were doing.
Oh my god!
Which-
I feel like my head's just gonna flip.
Which only makes sense if this is either a bit of sloppy writing or if it's a bit of a leftover mistake in how they actually came to power in the first place.
Happy little accident, some would say.
In other words, they're doing what Orochi did.
Yep.
Right?
They were close enough to power so that they could take it.
Yes. And then they lied about them always having had power in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Which would be very, very, very interesting. We know the only thing that kind of goes against that is the Tontada's private history saying that the Don Quixote family enslaved them. But there's, again, that's hearsay from another history. It is also very possible that the Don Quixote family was enslaving the Tontadas but never actually ruled Dressrosa.
Yeah.
And that in the process of trying to enslave them, that was in the process of them trying to take over that country, resulting in the Don Quixote family becoming part of the 20 kingdoms that founded the world government.
That's a good political swing. I like it.
And again, the reason why I say that is because in order to ensure the smooth transition that the new kingdoms could take over rule, all references mentioning the previous dynasty's reign were removed from each of the founders' respective home countries. That makes no sense. Does that mean they removed their entire history as a country? If they've been reigning monarchs for hundreds of years, did they get rid of hundreds of years? We know that there's a void century, though, directly before this. So that means in that last 100 years, which is the void century itself, is what they've removed here about them ruling these countries. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yes, I see what you mean.
So they've essentially got a start point and an end point of 100 years where they've gone, look, we just get rid of all the information in this time period, and then on the back end of coming out of it say, we ruled these countries in that entire time in the first place, you can't prove us wrong, you don't have the information, screw you. But we're going to, elect new leaders to rule, which were actually the people that rule those countries legitimately, and they're just lying about it. Because guess what? They could have had something like Sugar's Fruit. Right?
Oh, the hobby fruit.
They could have had weapons like that. I mean, honestly, the biggest and craziest plot twist would be is if the 20 founding kingdoms were actually members of the ancient kingdom that betrayed and used certain technology from the ancient kingdom to overthrow the ancient kingdom and supplant themselves as the kings of the world. From messing with people's memories for 100 years, and 100 years is a big enough range to be like, well, the information's just lost. Just don't ask questions, it's just lost. You know what I mean? Because if, say, the Riku family, what is the point of scrubbing those bloodlines, right? If, say, the Don Quixote family ruled for 1,000 years, and then there's 100 years without them, and then the Riku family took over. It doesn't actually do anything, does it?
No, it's kind of redundant when you think about it. Like, just a waste of effort.
Unless there's 1,000 years with not a lot of written information, then 100 years with no written information, and the Riku family ruled through that entire time into the current, but then in that 100 years, the Doflamingo family implanted themselves going, no, we ruled it before this point, and we gave it to these guys, and you owe us money. The heavenly tribute.
Yeah. I see what you mean by that.
What are you saying, Ebenezer? I believe the reason may be that that the people they don't... Wait.
I believe the reason may be that they don't people to believe becoming a celestial dragon is a possibility. They do consider themselves deities.
That is true, but then you have people like Vegapunk who wants to become a celestial dragon in the first place. You know what I mean? And I understand.
Oh no, I guess yeah, Stella.
I understand that if it's a possibility, more people want to do it. Therefore, they'll try to achieve it, right? And that they could be shutting that down for that reason. But there are a lot of celestial dragons now, and they're constantly growing because they're having kids. And we don't know how the celestial dragon system works. We know that some celestial dragons, like St. Charles, have, 20 wives, right? If one of those wives has a kid, is that kid a celestial dragon? Or can they be tossed out? It has to be intermarriage between two celestial dragons for it to count.
Yep, there has to be marital consent.
Because that would be interesting. Because there could be hundreds of half-caste celestial dragon babies thrown out into the world.
Yeah, turned into Game of Thrones. The Age of Bastards.
I mean, it is very possible. I don't know if you know about this. Recently, some information was released. Vinsmoke Judge was originally going to be introduced as, I can't remember the name specifically, but it was another Spanish name, and he was originally going to be a Gorosei.
Yeah, I've heard that theory going around for a long while that Sanji was the actual son of a Gorosei member.
Well, Oda actually confirms in the original designs for Judge, he was going to be, Judge was going to be a celestial dragon of a very specific kind.
I actually really like that idea because I could imagine Judge being the celestial dragon who's in charge of dissecting the ancient kingdom's technology. When let's say when Vegapunk went rogue, they needed another super smart genius scientist, so they elected Judge instead.
Yep, it's very possible.
And he could have been quote unquote the judge of science. Oh.
There's so much crazy shit in this chapter, and there's so much crazy theory stuff to talk about.
I love it. I love this stuff, man. Like this is what I love about lore payoffs, bro. Because it's not I know a lot of stories like shonens try to do this, but they're not even close to this feeling in some
they don't have enough of the build up.
They don't. Sorry, but they don't.
The only reason One Piece is as good as it is because it has worked so long and so hard for such build up. I mean, if you look at One Piece is almost 1,100 chapters long now, right?
Mm-hmm.
From chapter 1 to 100 is the introduction. From chapter 100 to 200 is the initial foundation of the plot, right?
Mm-hmm.
With near the end of chapter 2, around the 200 mark, them introducing the premise of the world government, the warlords, the ancient kingdom, because they first reveal Poneglyphs at Alabasta.
Yep.
The celestial dragons and Gorosei in Marijua, and the world government. So it's at the first 10% of the story, it's the introduction. 20% in, you see all the players, even if you don't understand all the players, right?
Yep.
By 30% in, you've got all of Skypiea covered, and all Skypiea did is introduce us to the other big players like Whitebeard, Blackbeard, Shanks, and introduce us to the concept of false gods and overthrowing corruption, right? Then you have declaring war against the world government for 100 chapters in Enies Lobby, Water 7.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have build up for 100 chapters, right? Ending with the Sabbaty incident. And then by the 60% mark, by the 60% mark then, you've hit the halfway point of the story, right? Well, 50% mark, but 600 chapter mark. You've had the introduction of the changing of times, the passing of the torch, and all the major players starting to take their steps into the limelight. Then you've got us from chapters 600 to 700, right? Showcasing our change and our development based on this world. From 700 to 800, we're reintroduced to the concept of the bad guys being the Celestial Dragons and having our first conflict with the Celestial Dragon in Doflamingo. From 800 to 900, right, we start to get closer to our goals and our dreams fighting Big Mum. From 900 to 1000, we actually reach that pinnacle, right? And then now, from 1000 to 1100, we're starting the finale, right? If the series ends around chapter 1200, 1300, right? This here will be the introduction, like the 1100. So like 1000 to 1100 will be the introduction of all the major final payoffs and the mysteries of the world, right? 11 to 1200 and 11 to 1300 will be the conflict and resolution against the world. So it's like a really basic hero's journey, but every 100 chapters is one step in that hero's journey.
Yes, I love how you put it that way.
That way you can take a big zoomed out look at the series and you actually see it's like, oh shit, we have been progressing all this time. And
because you also have to look at it like we've only had a single time skip of 2 years.
Yep.
Everything that's happened in this
has been in real time.
It's pretty much real time. Like it's only 2 years that this story, or quote unquote, like 3 years technically, because the first year was with Luffy and his crew, and then you had the 2-year time skip. An entire 1084 chapters was done in the span of 3 years.
Yep.
It's gotta, like, people, I don't think a lot of people realize that.
And I mean, the first chapter, Romance Dawn, ends by literally saying, and so begins Straw Hat Luffy's journey of destiny. Right? And a lot of people may take that and be like, oh, you know, it ruins it. If the series is about destiny, it ruins it. No. Your destiny, your fate, doesn't guarantee you your success. It's just all the things are aligning for you for whatever outcome it is it's going to be achieved. If that makes sense. Like, based on a lot of key factors in this story could end with Luffy dying. If this series ends with Luffy dying, it's still Luffy's epic tale of destiny. You know what I mean? But just because it's his epic tale of destiny doesn't mean it hasn't been solely because of all of his own progression and development.
Like, again, like I'm on the pathway of, if Luffy dies, he dies. If he doesn't die, that's all right.
I mean, I'm in a weird mindset now, even where we know that Future Sight exists, right?
Yes.
Going based on, like, when I was going down the rabbit hole before of that theory of the world government and stuff like that, you know how I said that altar weirdly looks like Jinbei? I'm now questioning if what's written on the poneglyphs that Roger read is One Piece, the story we're following so far, right?
Oh, that would be sick.
And the reason it's written down is because in the Ancient Kingdom, when they were failing, someone had advanced future sight and could see 1,000 years into the future. And knew that it was going to work out okay. Right? And that's why you've got, like, Joy Boy himself could be Luffy, and the things that are written down are promises for the future, not from the past. And that could be a really crazy twist on it. Right? But you know, that has so many other problems and stuff like that, because then the question would be, does Luffy fix things now and it's good going forward, or could there be something crazy where he goes back in time and stops them ever taking place, and that 1,000 years of pain to the world he undoes? You know what I mean? Since he's got the power of imagination, there's all sorts of possibilities and stuff like that. That'd all be crazy. Right? And thank God Oda writes this and not me, because I'd probably butcher it. But it's one of those things where it's like there's so many little details and possibilities, because you got to remember, Toki and even the Roger Pirates knew it was in 20 years' time that these events would take place. You know what I mean? That timeline, that this year is the year that all these problems solved, is written down in the poneglyphs, meaning whatever's down there, the information is, it's going to happen this year now in the story. Which could just straight up be, if you read the poneglyphs, it's a prophecy from someone's future sight, and it's a message to the future to be like, this is when all the things will be facilitated for us to change the world. Thoughts on that?
Gosh. I'm gonna have to ponder on that for a little while, bro. I'm sorry. I'm not in the same ballpark when it comes to yours and eggs for Brecky's speed of coming up with stuff.
Oh, I mean, look, 99.999% of the time I'm wrong on stuff. But it's just like, the fact that it could be possible has just got me like, oh, crap. You know what I mean? And I'm always pleasantly surprised by Oda. But like, the fact that Oda's said multiple times, it's like, oh, no one's guessed what One Piece is yet. You know what I mean? Has me thinking out of the box, and it's like, we know that Laugh Tale is named after Laugh Tale because of the poneglyph, and the poneglyph being a funny story. The funny story itself being the story of One Piece would be kind of funny.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, all those goofy moments, all those times that Luffy put a booger on Usopp.
It's actually noted down for history.
Yeah, but that would that not be the funny thing about it?
Oh my gosh, could we get a panel when like a little kid has just like learned how to read the poneglyphs, and the first thing he reads is how Luffy tried to put a booger inside Zoro's drink and Zoro made him drink it.
Yes! Oh, I need that. Oh. But even then, right? It may not be the entire story word for word, but just enough of it. You know what I mean? Just a broad skimming of it. Because one of the biggest parts of One Piece is it's the journey, not the destination, right?
Yeah.
Luffy against Usopp in Sabaody said, I don't want to know where the One Piece is. I don't want to know if it's real. I don't want to know anything about it. I just want to experience my journey. And if I get there, I get there. If I don't, I don't. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Luffy's not afraid of death. He's very much...
That journey itself... That journey itself, in Luffy's eyes, is the reward. And if the reward literally is that journey itself, that would be pretty wild. Mm-hmm. And that's not to say that there isn't other stuff there. You know what I mean? But it would be really ironic if like he gets there and the crew's entire history has been chronicled up until now. Hence why, in a country like Shandora, where they worship the sun god, they worship the sun god on an altar in the water with Jinbei's face on it. That'd be an interesting tie-in and stuff like that. You know what I mean? There could be sprinkles throughout the ancient kingdom of the Straw Hats as just a rough hieroglyph sort of thing. Could be interesting. That being said, let's continue through this chapter. I'll stop with the theories for a minute, and we'll go through the rest.
It's okay. I'm just trying to process it, that's all.
At the same time, the royal families were handpicked to rule the nations that the founders could no longer reside over. Those families are still in this power to this day. In order to ensure the smooth transition, all references mentioning the previous dynasty's reign were removed from each of the founders' respective home countries, with the sole exception of Alabasta. The monarch at the time was Queen Lily of House Nefertari. While her name was immortalized as one of the founding 20, she did not stay and become a celestial dragon. Instead, she was to return to Alabasta to continue her reign, which is why the Nefertari family has continued to act as sovereigns. This also means that only 19 weapons were ever placed around the empty throne. It's all as you say, but what exactly is your point? I've scoured all of my kingdom's ancient texts, but as far as I can tell, all known accounts chronicling the period after the Void Century have one thing in common. Her name isn't mentioned once. And this sort of goes back to what I was talking about before, right? Where if her name isn't mentioned once, she doesn't exist outside of the world government's report that she existed, right? Well, there's 19 blades in front of the empty throne, and they say that there's one missing there, meaning that that is Lily's, right? Another possibility is in chapter 906 or 907, right? When Im's introduced, we see that Im is introduced and there's a sword plunged into the ground behind him. Right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's chapter 906.
That sword could be Princess Lily's sword, and Im herself could actually be Lily. The reason why it's important to have that name associated with the world government is because they are a part of the world government, right? But the reason why they disappeared and never show up again is because they actually took on the moniker of Im, ruler of the world.
Okay. So it's more so a title than an actual name.
Yes. The reason why I say that as a possibility is because, first off, we see Im listening into this, right? And Im actually comes and confronts Cobra, saying Lily, implying that Im knows Lily, implying that Im is from back then, right? Cobra's shocked. Now, is he shocked that someone's sitting on the empty throne, which makes a lot of sense? Or is he shocked because Lily looks identical to Vivi? And Imu is Lily. Hence why, back in those 900, like the early 900 chapters when Im's revealed, we see a cut-up photo of Shirahoshi, Blackbeard, and Luffy, but Im hasn't damaged Vivi's photo at all. Because she's looking at her descendant.
See, okay.
And what's shocking Cobra at the end of the chapter is he's looking at the mirror image of his wife and daughter. It would be an interesting thing there. And it would also be really interesting to have the ruler of the world above all these strong, powerful men just being a very peaceful looking woman. Also, adding a little fuel to the fire, Imu's name spelled backwards Umi. Umi means water or ocean, right?
Mm-hmm.
What color hair is the Nefertari women's signature hair color?
Blue. And what kind of flower do you often find on water in that climate? A lily.
Bingo. That would be interesting, would it not?
It would be very interesting. Like, because I really like the idea of there being, like, Lily as the holder of the throne, and then you've also got Joy Boy, who was more so, like, I guess...
Well,
like, again, I don't think... This is just so rough, because we've only gotten a silhouette and an eye of Emu, so we don't know if it's a man or a woman yet.
What's Luffy's goal? I'm gonna mess with you here. So Luffy's goal is to be Pirate King, right?
Yes.
Do you remember what Vivi's dream was?
Let's go back to Arabasta. No, I don't.
Vivi's dream was to become the Pirate Queen.
Oh wait, I thought that was just a joke.
Well, it is a bit of a joke, but that's actually what she wanted. But she couldn't do what she wanted because she had to look after the others, right? Do you know why that could really interestingly tie back into this? Joy Boy.
Are we saying that, Joy Boy abandoned Emu or Lily?
Joy Boy is the Luffy of back then. Imu, being Lily, is the Vivi of back then. Both of which wanted to rule. Right? Luffy wants to be Pirate King, Vivi wants to be Pirate Queen. Back in the past, Vivi's family actually succeeded. Luffy's family didn't.
it's kind of also a cool kind of link here of the clashes of tribalism and like monarchies, because yeah, Luffy's devil fruit itself comes from like a sun god Nika, and the way that sun god Nika is always portrayed is that like he looks like he's from a tribal background, right?
Yep.
And then you have Lily, who's quote unquote from an actual kingdom. So you have, I'm not trying to say like tribes and stuff are like disordered and everything like that, but tribes are more so a lot freer as they live with the land, while the monarchies try to rule over it.
Yeah.
I really like that foil. Okay, I'm on board.
Again, I know I've already said contradicting theories of this today, but the reason this is interesting here is if it is actually if Cobra's bloodline is actually what's in charge of the world government, but unlike Cobra, it's a lot like the D clan, right? You have people like Luffy in the D clan that are good people, but then you have people like Teach. You have no one in the Nefertari family perceived as a bad person. Even Brooke says this from back when he was a kid, going, I've never heard of anyone having anything as an issue with
any issues with the Nefertari family.
But what if a Nefertari family currently sits on the world and is the whole reason why the world is as corrupt as it is?
Because I just really like this idea of how because you know, if we're going like stagnant, like extremely like Western and European like monarchies and stuff like that, of how things were run, or I shouldn't say Western, but of how European monarchies were run, like it always went to the eldest son, right? So what if Lily and the brother that Cobra mentions actually had a spat because quote unquote it was the brother who was going to take control of the Arabasta kingdom? That's why Lily decided to break off and possible. Not come back.
Definitely possible.
Like, I'm just thinking, like, if we are going, like, extremely medieval here, just following how, like, this is, like, of course, there's always been queens and ruling and stuff like that, but for the most part, whenever you're trying to give a descendant line, it would go down to your eldest male heir.
Yeah.
So, the idea that Lily went to the world government as a representative because maybe the younger brother was too young.
Or if Lily is being the ruler of the kingdom at the end of the line, directly facing down the barrel of the gun of the ancient kingdom, bands together the 20 kingdoms that are enemies of the ancient kingdom that's directly about to attack her kingdom, destroys that kingdom, takes over that kingdom, wipes out all history of that kingdom, and then appoints her younger brother as the ruler, starting that mindset of the eldest son.
That would be sick. I would actually really like that. That way, she's completely covered her tracks. And then nobody ever gives Lily a second thought. And that actually works out amazing.
Hence being the Phantom of Marijua. The world not...
We've done a new world. We've created a mastercraft theory that'll get blown up in the next recap.
But, right... this part here, because we have to be blunt, 800 years ago is a very long time ago. It is true that the 20 families, the Nefertari line, did not move here. However, it is believed that the queen returned back to her country. After that decision, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid the details about her motives and journey are lost to the annals of history. We simply do not know. In that case, what is the meaning of D? Why do you ask? The truth is, a short letter penned by the Queen has been passed down from one generation to the next. And then we skip it. Skipping this segment, going all the way to the end, we have Im walk out. Great Imu, King Cobra is still present. Cobra's shocked. Lily, and then sits down on the throne. Right? If you read all of that together, what you can kind of actually infer from that is if that is Lily herself, right? She's listening into this. A letter that she passed down to her brother about her being, not necessarily her being the monarch, but just about the D being their enemy. Right? In some capacity.
Yeah.
That's what's on the letter. And in that case, him talking to them, bringing up the Willa D, right? That's why the Gorosei are like, what? Why do you know about that? What? And he's like, the truth is, it's a letter that was written by Queen Lily. In other words, Im's letter to Im's brother that's been passed down going, we are going to be targeted by the will of D, by the people with the name D. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And on Cobra mentioning this, Im comes out because Im's pondering the letter that Im wrote in the mindset of, it's no longer a problem to us. Right? Im sits down, presenting himself to Cobra. Cobra's shocked, not just because Im's sitting down on the empty throne, but also because Cobra is looking at an identical copy of his wife and daughter, right? Im saying, Lily, I am Lily, is essentially what's going to be said next, right? Lily, Nefertari Lily, I am Lily, right?
Lily is who sits on the throne.
Yeah. And the reason that could be so interesting, right, is because in their arrogance over the generations, they have grown less worried about the Willa D. The D being representative of the ancient kingdom or Joy Boy, who threatened them 1,000 years ago, but now, after 1,000 years of success and constantly thwarting them, is about to say that letter has achieved its goal. Right?
I would love if actually, like, let's say, like, Imu pulls out the letter and she just burns it.
Or can recite the letter word for word because they wrote it.
That'd be amazing. I'm so excited for this, man. Like, gosh.
Also, it's very important to note, see the floor here in the room? See how it's a carpeted floor?
Mm-hmm.
When Cobra's found, it's actually on a square tiled floor, which is actually directly outside of this room. Meaning they wheel Cobra out the front door to kill him.
Dang. That's a good catch, bro.
Right? So Cobra leaves this room here knowing of Im. Probably rattled. And probably walks straight into the line of sight of a CP0 member that's been ordered to kill them. Which, even if it's not a CP0 member, it may even be someone along the lines of one of the God's Knights. One of the Holy Knights. Because remember as well, Sabo apparently sees someone sitting on the empty throne. So do you know what probably ends up happening here? While Sabo's running around, they wheel Cobra out. While the doors are opened, while they've wheeled Cobra out, they kill Cobra.
Yeah, kill Cobra.
Sabro runs in to try and help Cobra and looks up and sees him sitting at the top of the throne.
That's a great tie-in, yes. That makes sense. That's probably, honest to God, what happened.
Yeah. Which is fucking wild to think about at the moment.
It's just so crazy because I just can't get the definition of this eye thing with Emu, man. Like, they're always highlighting their eyes, and the fact that it's so reminiscent to, like, I know people have made like wild claims about Hawkeye and everything like that, but I don't know. Do you think that those could actually have any basis to them of Mihawk being related to Emu in any which way or fashion?
I would say it's a possibility, except I don't think Mihawk's eyes are actually indicative of his bloodline. I think that's indicative of his observation, Haki.
That's always the thing that I've thought of. Like, it's not really like almost everybody's eyes in One Piece can be similar in some way or form.
I mean, he's called Hawk Eyes because of his eyes, right? Well, what that means here is drawing in with the same eyes is Im's like a hawk staring down,
Yeah,
like
staring down.
a predator
Yeah.
staring down the world.
I've always liked that one a lot more than
So
the theory.
what you probably should, instead of the theories of Im being related to Mihawk, we should be really thinking about there is the symbology of a predator staring down the world. You know what I mean? Especially when, like, if you look at the empty throne itself, it's more indicative of lions than it is of hawks or anything like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, Drackle Mihawk, right? If that name came from Im, it'd be what? Drackle Imu? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like sea vampire is you don't get the same sort of vibes.
It's not really the same vibe.
Yeah.
No, I like it.
What I will say though, as a little interesting note here, is this is actually a proper good close up we see of the 20 Kingdoms weapons. And if you actually look around at those weapons, you can see some weapons that are a bit unique. For example, we see a samurai sword, right? Maybe meaning Wano or someone related to Wano was in some capacity
related to them as well.
Related to them. When you look at all the other swords, there's only two that actually stick out here. All the swords are basic Anglo-Saxon or Spanish styled swords, except for on that far left side, the samurai sword, and the other weapon that looks like a spear that actually is probably owned by, or it was originally meant to be owned by, the Vinsmoke family.
Yeah, I do see that one. Yep.
Ebenezer, mate, no worries. Have a good one. But yeah, so that spear I feel like is more indicative of maybe the Germa in that capacity, or at least their bloodline, right? But now,
seed is strong.
But now we should scroll back to the actual namesake of the chapter, the assassination attempt on a celestial dragon. But just before we do, give me 20 seconds and I'll be right back, okay?
Yep. No problem, bro. Prepare people, for I will fill the random void. Actually, no, not really. I'm not great at starting off conversations. I gotta say, though, aren't you guys really happy that Charlos finally got his head conked in? And I mean properly conked in, all the way from skull down to the legs? I also sometimes forget how big Shirahoshi actually is in comparison to a lot of the people, because Kuma's near roughly like what, Gecko Moria size, and he's about, Gecko Moria is like 22 feet or somewhere roughly around there. So Shirahoshi's got to be like even when she's just sitting down, she's like a whole like 2 Kuma, so she's like 40 feet or somewhere around there.
All right,
and that's back. Like sitting down.
What
okay, good. I was just trying to fill in the random void.
No, that's we good. Okay, so we get back to the wild assassination attempt here. We pick up with Shirahoshi back in the Mingling Courtyard. We see Kuma next to Shirahoshi, showing that Shirahoshi's underage boobs are like a solid 4 meters tall.
Funny enough, I was actually talking about her height, but you went straight for the chest.
I was gonna make it like, she's tall next to Kuma, and I know Kuma is like almost 8 meters tall. So I was like,
Kuma's the same height as Gecko Moria, and Gecko Moria is like 22 feet, or
they're
22,
7.5, like 7.6 meters tall. So they're a little bit shorter than Big Mom herself. But yeah, we see Charlos and his dad trying to assassinate the guys here. Well, sorry, not to assassinate, trying to kidnap Shirahoshi here. Everyone else is way too scared to do anything. We see her brother come in trying to save her, and we see all the brothers dodge a pacifista, or Kuma, but a pacifista attack. All of them absolutely terrified. I was actually saying in my live reaction to this, it's like, man, it must smell like grilled fish right now. But that's a little bit of a low hanging fruit. they all come in, and we see Rebecca is here with the Tontadas. The Tontadas go flying in to try and help Shirahoshi, while at the same time Sai says, "Hey, Mulesguard, I can hit him, right?" And then Mulesguard gives them the sanctioning to attack Saint Charlos, resulting in also him blocking Shirahoshi's Shirahoshi's brothers from getting involved. And we see a beautiful combination attack from Sai and Leo, tail hammer, dragon drill, and they like straight up annihilate Charlos here.
They turned Charlos into a spring.
So what actually is really interesting about this to me, right, is we now actually have the confirmation of the 3 headlines now at the Reverie. You have the abolishment of the warlords.
Yep.
The death of Cobra.
Yep.
And the failed assassination of Charlos, implying Charlos survived. And also we have the fact that Akainu is currently talking to Kizaru and Black Horse about how the God's Knights are dealing with the attempted assassination of Charlos. Right? So, pretty BS that Charlos survives this. I wish this man was dead, but it is what it is. But now we get into a little bit of power scaling here, right? So, Sai's Drill Dragon Nail, right? Is the attack that Sai used to break Don Chinjiao's head.
And also to split on the plateau pretty much in half.
Yep.
Dressrosa.
So this is Sai's attack that is supposed to be able to split open the Ice Sheet continent. Right? The Ice Sheet continent, Don Chinjiao was able to split in half. Sai was able to split his head. But also, Luffy was able to split Don Chinjiao's head.
With an elephant gun. Yep.
With an elephant gun. Which always implied that Luffy's elephant gun and Sai's Drill Dragon Nail were quote-unquote continental in potency. Right? Now, it's very rare that we see One Piece characters go all out against fodder. Most of the time, they only ever go all out against other high tiers, which mean they would scale up more in their durability and defensive capabilities, right? This quote-unquote continental attack here from Sai and what it does to Charles is actually the same thing that Luffy's elephant gun does at the beginning of the Raid on Onigashima to the beast pirate that was laughing about spilling Oshiruko.
Yeah, that's true.
Meaning, in Oda's mind, these quote-unquote continental level attacks, when they hit a semi-regular human, and you got to remember, like, even though Charlos isn't like he's not a supernova or a warlord or a fighter, right? He did survive Luffy punching him through multiple walls pre-time skip. He did.
Charlos secretly low-key like super durable.
Well, I mean, the Celestial Dragon families may be pretty strong, but as far as we know, he's as close to a normal human in terms of his physical capabilities as possible.
Oh, he's less than a normal human, bro.
Right.
Charles has never walked more than a mile in his life.
Meaning, with Luffy against the Beast Pirates, and we know even the fodder Beast Pirates, right, being in the New World means they're stronger than an average human, right?
Yep. They have a Doriki scale above 10.
These continental level attacks, when they actually hit a semi-regular person, literally liquefies their bones and turns them into putty. As a base-ass human, if this man kicked me, this is what's happening to me. With Luffy, if he punched me with a Gear 3 punch, this is what's happening to me.
Yes, I can definitely agree with that. No amount of exercise is ever gonna prep you up for an attack like that.
Nope, not at all.
Not on this human modern day and age.
Because it's actually really rare that we, and it's funny because like from a power scaling standpoint, you know, people point fingers and they're like, oh, this is stronger than this and this and this and this, and just stack stuff, right? In One Piece, we never get to see people actually want to hurt weaker people.
Yeah.
right?
It's always like you just happen to be an unfortunate casualty. That's all.
But there are some very finite examples like that. I mean, for example, like Luffy in Dressrosa as well. It's like a Gear 2 punch. We only ever see him use Gear 2 against people that are semi-strong. You know what I mean? Otherwise, he just knocks them out with Haki and is done with it, right? In Gear 2, we saw him when he was fighting against the Sugar Toys. A punch from him is able to literally atomize a tin soldier's stomach. Like, he like puts a huge hole in it. Just like completely removes it. Doesn't crush it, like literally just it's gone. You know what I mean? So it's like, but we don't get those moments very often. So it's important that when they do happen to actually bring up, it's like, hey, look, this is the effects that this has on people. You know what I mean? And I'm sorry, I don't know if you've seen that episode of Family Guy, like a really old season of Family Guy when Peter wished for no more bones. But that's what this guy reminds me of here.
I know what you're talking about. Actually, I remember that scene where Peter got stuck in a what is it?
In the drain?
Not an elevator. No, not the drain. The escalator.
Yeah, and he just gets rolled through.
Yeah, he got when Peter wished for he had no bones.
God. But right, this is what happens when these people start attacking regular civilians. Just as a friendly reminder, it's not a... Because sometimes people forget, it's like One Piece is an absurdist series, so the regular people there are actually a lot more durable than they should be, right?
Yep.
But every now and then, we get to see the glimpse of someone that is regular get hit by a not regular hit, and it is really scary.
I mean, when you think about it, Supernova, we live in a day and age where you can get punched straight through the chest, and you'll still be alive to at least speak a few words before you cake in. Respect to Ace.
Now, the crazy thing about this is that even as a human pancake, this man survives. The cockroach in him is strong.
So, do you think he actually has to stay like that, though? Could you imagine Charlos has to now look like that for the rest of his life?
I think it would be hilarious if he is.
Yeah, he'll be like Charlos Stump.
Yeah, and I feel like that'd be like hilarious because now he's trying to give orders and do things, but he's just like a walking, talking pancake. So it's like harder for the guards and that to take him serious. Or maybe he's actually on like newer life support.
True.
Which would be hilarious.
It's like, I mean, I'm just wondering, like, where's Charles's sister during all this?
I think she's just floating around somewhere, doing her own thing. But imagine if, because immediately after this, we know that the revolutionaries end up starting their siege and they're starving them of food, right? Imagine if Charles is stuck like this and he's essentially bedridden trying to heal, and the only thing that he has as a positive in his day is the fact that he gets to eat fancy food, and now they cut it off. And so we get to see Charles experiencing his version of hell. Like, his body's permanently disfigured. He's starving because he won't eat things that aren't, like, advanced caviar and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Just stupid shit. That'd be funny.
It would be the best taste of irony.
I also love the call back to, the Godfather, when Charles's dad literally says, "Look how they massacred my boy!" And he's just pancake batter. We also have Morley dive out of the ground, grab Kuma, and being like, "Stop picking on Kuma, twa," and drag his ass back down. Also roughly showing that Kuma is about at least half the height of Morley. So Morley's probably the shortest giant, sitting at around 12 meters tall.
Yeah, because Morley, I think, is roughly around the same size as Shirahoshi, if that's the case. Because Kuma, when Morley is grabbing him, Kuma looks like he's about like up to like down to
near
Morley's
his waist.
Yeah, including Morley's like legs and everything like that. But Morley has some pretty stubby legs.
Yeah.
So
I think Kuma's supposed to be 8 meters. I think Morley's supposed to be around 12 to 16 meters tall. Right? I think that's a fair estimate on him. We don't actually know a canonical height, I don't think, but I think that's pretty fair in terms of how tall he looks here.
Oh no,
Also,
we do have one. He's 41, 41, or no. Oh my gosh, I don't know how to put this into
oh,
meters. 41 feet and a 1 inch. Hold on,
is that
let me just.
is that from
let me just-
pixel scaling or is that an official height? 12.5 meters apparently.
I'm on the wiki.
So, okay, 12.5 meters, and he's the shortest giant. Okay, fair enough. I mean that makes sense. He's about a little over a little under 2 kumas tall.
Yeah.
In that situation, which makes sense based on here. But that doesn't make sense with last week's chapter, where I pointed out with eggs. You didn't make it in last week's discussion, did you? You were busy.
No, yeah.
You would have missed the fact then that Morley's forearm was being shown as the same size as a 3-story building, leaving me to ask the question: can Morley change his height?
Oh, that would be interesting.
If you go back to the panel where
I don't know.
Morley's
Oda's
clashing
pretty
with Grimble.
consistent when it comes to.
Oh, he's terrible with heights. He like Oda is just not consistent with heights in any capacity. he's
one of his one major flaw.
He's got like an 80% on the money with heights, but that 20% is so outrageously wrong that it's just like, ugh, why?
Yeah, because it's like usually, that's the problem. Because Oda usually gets it right. That's why when like we have an inconsistency, it's just so easily jarring.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's actually just mind-boggling. Like I think the worst one for me is how big Zoe is. Right?
Yeah.
Because Zunisha is supposed to be 35 kilometers tall and 20 kilometers long. And I always say in that measurement, okay, he's 35 kilometers tall. We never see his actual height in the water. So those legs are just really long. As for his length, I would say that includes the trunk length, not the actual just like head to butt. Right? Like the trunk fully stretched out is probably included in that. Right? But I've also seen, like, because of the anime makes the Sunny look pretty reasonably sized compared to Zunisha. Whereas if you actually read it back in the manga, it's actually a lot more damage control, where we never actually see the full width of one of Zunisha's legs in a panel with anything else with anything else, if that makes sense. So like if we see the Sunny docked attached to the leg, we don't see the full leg. We just see the leg taking up half of a panel and we don't see the end of it. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So Oda does a good job of hiding sizes and stuff like that there. Whereas I think with one thing that makes people suffer a lot more with the height scaling is the anime's inconsistencies as well at adapting stuff and like trying to show a bigger picture, because it's not a still image, causes more uncertainty with the sizes and stuff like that. That being said, Sai and Leo's bounties are going to shoot through the roof from this, I reckon.
I know. I love that, especially since the Straw Hat Grand Fleet's been needing a lot more oomph, considering how much the world government has been amping up.
Here,
I mean, when you look at it now, like, can you imagine like anybody like, despite like the Straw Hat Grand Fleet trio, right, where you have Bartolomeo, you have Cavendish, and maybe Hyde or
I have Sai above Hydrogen.
oh yeah, Sai. Like those three guys, can you imagine any of them taking out some of the Marines or some of the world government's top brass?
No, but that being said, right? I mean, we saw Lucci in base, no diff, both of these guys.
Yep.
Right? So there's the answer right there. In this timeline as well. It was like a day ago. Right? But
it's really interesting too, because in the last chapter as well, we also got views of the other members of CP9.
Yeah. Who are now CP0.
Who are now CP0. So I don't know. Jabra has to also like, he was so close neck and neck with Kaku. Do you think Jabra is more likely to also have awakened his devil fruit?
I think Jabra is the only one that will have, and I think Jabra is the only one out of those ones we saw that is actually one of the CP0 members that has a mask. And I think the rest of CP9 is still too weak to be mask-wearing CP0 agents. And the reason I say that is we know in Marijois, CP0 don't wear their masks. We saw Lucci in the Reverie when he was there, right, without a mask, right?
Yeah.
But I think looking at those other CP9 members that are now part of CP0, I think the only one that has a chance of being in the top echelons is Jabra because of that rivalry with Kaku. And I think you got to remember as well, Jabra was better at Haki than Kaku.
Yes, he was, because he was the only CP9 member who could move while using Iron Body.
Which would probably imply now, out of all of those CP9 members, he would be the most likely to have an advanced form of armament Haki.
Yeah, and Jabra also was the guy who had a lot more techniques. Like, Jabra was a more of a... I don't want to put it like this way, but like he wasn't as strong as Lucci, but to me, Jabra was a lot more of a technician.
Yep, he was more methodical. Sorry, Lucci was more methodical. He was more tricky.
Yeah,
right.
He was more cunning with his approach.
So I could definitely see Jabra not wanting to lose to Kaku, trying to keep that rivalry going, and having trained his ass off and getting a lot stronger, right? Yeah. Especially since he also had the projectile air kicks, you know how Kaku did the projectile air slashes kicks by doing the small hand movements.
Yep.
People don't talk enough about the fact that Jabra actually had them that could freely move. He had the wolves that could chase you.
Yeah.
So he definitely would have his own things, I think, that would compete. But I think the thing will be that only those top 3 from CP9 have made it to the top echelons in CP0. Yep. Whereas the rest of them...
They need to wear a mask.
Yeah. I think they will all be non-mask wearing CP0 members, meaning they're the weakest CP members.
Yes.
Which
I can definitely find that.
Which I think makes a good power scaling thing, because we can see them all having gotten stronger, but we also know that any CP member we see with a mask is more threatening than them at the moment.
I mean, after all, what Wano was a big basis, I guess, to see what CP0 was actually capable of. And from what I've seen, CP0 was genuinely...
They were threatening.
Yeah.
They brought people... They weren't necessarily stronger than people. They're meant to be assassins in the first place, right? But even then, anyone of noteworthy... even though Izo had fought so many people before fighting Maha, the fact that him and Maha traded with each other should be what's indicative there. That a CP member can take out almost any person, but it'll probably come at the cost of their own life. Even looking at Guernica and Luffy. Getting in Luffy's way, letting Luffy get taken out by Kaido.
Yep.
Which I think should really scare people, because if there's an unknown amount of these characters, they could be very problematic. Very problematic indeed.
Yeah, that's the thing with underground operations. You never know how far they spread.
Yeah.
Because as far as we know, this might not be the first CP0.
Yep. Well, actually, I think even more than that. We have CP0 members that we probably don't know about that may have actually changed roles over time as well. For example, we know how Kong was a former fleet admiral that got promoted to governor-in-chief, right?
Yeah.
We don't know if maybe the Holy Knights or God's Knights have to start off as, if they're Celestial Dragons, right? There may be Celestial Dragons that maybe start off in CP0 and then can get promoted to Holy Knight in some weird difference there, if that makes sense. Where those Holy Knights may be what the most potential of a Celestial Dragon is, but also being the leaders of CP0 in that regard.
Okay.
Considering CP0 is the combative force directly under the Celestial Dragons, right? And the Holy Knights, we know, are the judiciary force of the Celestial Dragons. Would imply that the Holy Knights are in charge of CP0. You know what I mean?
Yep, I see what you mean.
Which could mean, like, if, say, a Celestial Dragon wants to, you know, be strong and be active in the world, like the Gorosei kind of, they could join the CP0. And at any point, if they decide to leave, they leave and become a Goros, well, not a Gorosei, but like becomes a god knight, because they're a god that is a knight, and that's how they go through their training process there. And the reason why I say that is because we actually go back to CP0 masked agents in Big Mum's flashback, right? I think it'd be really interesting if they are now current members of God's Knights.
That's an like that. Yeah, that's an interesting promotional system.
Well, because we know Celestial Dragons, the base Celestial Dragons, are treated as all like they're just, you know, treated like a god, right?
Yep.
But we know the Gorosei are Celestial Dragons too.
Yep, and they probably know how to fight as well.
We know that the Figureland family and Shanks are a Celestial Dragon family, most likely.
Yeah.
Heavily implying that they're a member of God's Knights now with the Silhouettes. Meaning there's combative forces of Celestial Dragons as well. Not all of them are just lazy pigs.
Which is nice.
Which means, though, at some point, if a Celestial Dragon chooses, there's a system in which they can be trained. And it would make a lot of sense that that system is in combat as CP0.
Okay. Yeah, I like this. I like this train of thought.
So it's almost like, in the world government's facet, it's like the leader of a faction of CP0 would be one of the God's Knights. And that would also lead into why people like Lucci now actively say Celestial Dragons are the gods of the world. Because what happens if someone, like, we know Lucci never talked about the likes of Spandam like that, did we?
No.
Even though he was Spandam's subordinate, he never complimented him.
No, yeah, he was always crap talking on Spandam.
So what's different between Spandam and a Celestial Dragon? Is it that Lucci believes that narrative, or has Lucci seen Celestial Dragons that are capable to be like, they have the abilities of a god? It'd be an interesting take for it, at least. That being said, though, this may be like a bit of a cheap out. I think Sai gets a bounty increase from this, but Leo doesn't get a huge increase. The reason being, I don't think anyone saw Leo doing this.
Yeah.
So
I would actually laugh if Leo doesn't actually get a bounty, and if he gets the chopper treatment, and he gets called Sai's pet.
Yeah. So I think Sai's going to get a big increase here, making Sai actually the most wanted Grand Fleet member at the moment. How
high do you think Sai would actually be raised up? I'm thinking 700 million.
Luffy, so Sai's current bounty is 200 mil.
Yeah. I'd imagine that he'd get a 500 million increase, because he's doing it in the Holy Land of Mary Joie. So that's also very important.
Luffy punched Charlos and got a 100 mil increase, going from 300 mil to 400 mil at the end of the time skip, like beginning of the time skip. If the increase is at bare minimum for hitting one, 100 mil, for almost killing one and permanently disfiguring one, it'd be more than 100 mil. I could see it not being insanely high, but
so
I could
think Sai's gonna get to like 500 mil then.
Probably the mid 500s, maybe a bit
mid 500,
right? Which would be comparable to his grandfather's bounty.
Yeah, because Don Chinjiao was 550 million, right?
542 on the dot.
Yeah, 542. Okay.
So I could see Sai getting maybe like a 300 mil increase for this.
Yeah, I'd put him at the 500 mil mark, honestly.
Meaning,
despite Sai not having great, Sai can still take a pounding, but he hasn't shown incredible like defensive feats, but his output power is absolutely phenomenal.
Which
Like I'm still genuinely like on the verge of like whether or not size drill dragon drill male
Mhm.
surpasses Sanji.
I would say there's a difference between speed, potency, and fighting style,
Yeah.
right?
Hockey distribution, right?
I would say Sanji now.
Like, I'm just comparing the kicks. That's all.
I would say Sanji before Whole Cake
Mm-hmm.
probably actually doesn't have a stronger kick than Sai.
Okay.
But Sanji after his Germa upgrades, skyrocketing. Okay, this is gonna sound really really bad, right? I'm putting a target on my back saying this. So
Get him, extra Brecky, my secret assassin.
anyone, if you want to challenge me on this, bring the panels. Because I've read the story multiple times, and even currently, I'm actually doing work for a video at the moment where I go through and I'm actually getting every single image in the entire series where someone uses Haki. So I'm refreshing myself on all instances of abilities here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that Sai's Haki is at least somewhat comparable to Virgo's?
Somewhat comparable. It's just that because I don't know how much of it is also Sai's hockey because Sai also integrates or he also makes that Hashokin technique. So I don't know if the Hashokin technique is a hockey based one or if it's a manipulation of how your hockey works.
I will make the clear distinction here, right? Hakusho is a technique, and I think it does what Fishman Karate does, but with air.
Okay.
Now, I think the most important thing here to distinguish is it's not his fighting style or his martial art that opens the ice continent. It's his haki. Right? Because when Sai kicked Don Jinjiao's head, there was no... Like, when he uses that fighting style, we actually see rings around it like we do with Fishman Karate, where there's like radius bubbles coming off it, right? So this attack here isn't him using the that fighting style, and when he kicked Don Chinjiao, it wasn't using that fighting style. When Don Chinjiao said your kick can split a continent of ice, it was based on his haki and nothing else. Right? I think the thing is, and people are going to get on my back about this, Sanji out of the post time skip, fresh like day one of the time skip.
Yep.
He was the third best combatant, but he wasn't the third strongest character on the crew. Right?
Okay.
We see Frankie having better output of damage than Sanji post time skip with the Radical Beam. The Radical Beam is more dangerous than anything Sanji has done before his Germa upgrades.
Yeah, that's true because, I mean, Frankie's, it's also comparison to Kizaru's lasers, right? And Kizaru's lasers has the ability to completely destroy a mangrove tree. Well, and those things are like several feet thick and everything like that.
Not only does it have the abilities to destroy a mangrove tree, but we see Sanji struggling with the likes of Oven and Daifuku, right? Oven and Daifuku are comparable to the Tobirobo, and Frankie's Radical Beam one-shot one of the strongest Tobirobo.
Yeah, Sasaki.
A lot of people don't like to hear that because it ruins their headcanon. Just like fresh off the time skip, Luffy's still a better fighter than Zoro, but Zoro technically has a more dangerous attack than Luffy at that point. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because, I don't know, like, I think when it comes to power levels and stuff between the Straw Hat crew, I think it's a lot closer than what people want to give credit for, because everybody loves to just easily slot them in, right? Like, here's the monster trio, here's the mediocre trio, and here's the weak trio. But honestly, from from the stuff I'm looking through so far, sometimes they're
It's utility versus versatility versus fighting style, right?
yeah.
And so what I mean by that is like Luffy only fights with punches and kicks. So if he can't punch and kick you, he's very limited in what he can do to you. And the same goes for Sanji, because Sanji is the same thing but only kicks, right? Whereas Zoro can do a projectile air slash, and even if he can't touch you, he can still hurt you from a distance. You know what I mean? And this is going to upset a lot of people here. Sanji isn't as strong as Zoro, but he's faster than Zoro, and he can maintain that speed, right? Luffy is the balance between Zoro's strength and Sanji's speed. He's more balanced than the both of them, right? And the thing about that is, and Luffy does surpass both of them currently, right? But fresh off the time skip, they each had their strengths and they each had their weaknesses, and they each had a certain amount that they needed to grow and develop. For example, right? Sanji didn't have the best armament haki, hence why Virgo cracked his leg, right?
Yep.
Hence why he struggled to clash and was overwhelmed at times against the likes of Oven and Daifuku. But then once he had the exoskeleton, which increased his base durability, meaning his haki that he applied to it, like a lot of people don't realize this, right? Like Gear 3 isn't actually all that strong, right? Gear 3, we see barely destroying buildings at times, right? But then Gear 3 with haki, an elephant gun, we see breaking things that can split a continent. Haki upscales a lot, but haki as well only upscales based on what that base strength is.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. So it's like you already have to have the output in order to magnify it.
Yeah. You need to be a certain level of strength to be able to magnify it a certain amount of time. For example, right, Luffy had a 400 mil bounty without haki. Right?
Yeah, that's pretty insane.
Whereas you look at the other people in the 400 mil range and you're like, well, Luffy could kick their ass at that. Like, not back then when he had 400 mil, but like post time skip, starting off when his bounty was 400 mil, you're like, Luffy could kick their asses, right? But the thing is, Luffy's base is so much, like, Luffy's base was 400 mil. They're 400 mil for their base and their haki. And I'm talking about the people like Peckham's and Tamago. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't think people give enough credit to that, because haki is a huge boost. But the thing is as well, haki, although haki is a huge boost, the huge boost that haki is doesn't matter in a lot of cases, because it increases your attack as much as it increases your defense. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I think people are a little bit too dependent, especially with how much haki has been emphasized, especially after the big Wano boom.
Yeah.
Like, people have taken a little bit too far with how capable haki actually makes a fighter.
So this is the thing, right? You can't be top tier without all three types of advanced haki, right? But if you take 1, 2, or 3 of those things away, right, it doesn't mean you can't be relative to someone with those things if you have something else that matches it. For example, and I get a lot of hate for this, right? I disagree with everyone that says that King is over Katakuri. I think Katakuri is stronger than King, and Katakuri would beat King in a fight. A lot of people are like, how...
I'm actually in that boat as well, but...
How could you possibly say that?
I've stayed off that topic.
People are always like, how can you possibly say that? King has stronger durability than Kaido, right? And the thing that I always hear about this is it's like people look at it and go, the Luffy that fought Katakuri, right, got one shot by Kaido. And then Luffy got so 100 many times stronger to then fight Kaido, right? But it's like, people are ignoring all of the context in those situations. The Luffy that got one shot by Kaido thought his friends just died and wasn't using observation haki and got hit with an advanced Conqueror's Haki attack for the first time point blank to the face. Right? That Luffy there and the Luffy that's on the rooftop, the only difference, really, is advanced armament and advanced Conqueror's Haki. Apart from that, it's the exact same Luffy. And a lot of people don't like to hear that, but the difference is, right? You're talking about a Luffy that was nerfed, not using his observation Haki, then getting advanced all 3 types of Haki and then fighting Kaido. You know what I mean? Like, the actual base Luffy didn't change all that much. And, like, a lot of people like to, like, throw out being like, oh, base Luffy ends up fighting, like, a hybrid Kaido and stuff like that. And a hybrid Kaido is stronger than a normal Kaido. Therefore, you know, Luffy just had to get so many times stronger. And it's like, dude, all that can be explained away with observation Haki. People think that if someone's fighting someone, right? Like, people don't give observation Haki the proper due credit it deserves, I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if you've got 2 people and one's faster than the other, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the other has the observation Haki to keep up with it, you have fights like Zoro vs. King. Where King is faster than Zoro and blitzing Zoro, but he never lands an attack on Zoro because Zoro just blocks because he can react to it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If you have situations where someone's faster than the other and they don't have the observation Haki, you have Sanji vs. Queen. Where Sanji just beats the shit out of Queen and doesn't get touched. Right? You have situations where both characters are as fast as each other and both characters have the observation Haki. You have Luffy vs. Kaido, where it's just a back and forth. Right? It's that same sort of vibe and that same sort of mindset. And I don't think people go in too hard on it and don't give it they don't look at it from the right vantage point. They look at it from where they want to look at it instead of looking at the whole thing overall, I think. Right? Because like I said, you have coming fresh out the time skip, we know that Luffy's got Gear 4, but it's like, we know that Zoro can cut a Logia like Monet without, like, from a projectile slash. Meaning Zoro has a more advanced form of armament Haki than Luffy fresh off the time skip. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I agree with that.
So you
like, it's also the medium of how Zoro fights, because when people want to compare Luffy versus Zoro, they're always saying just like, I do agree that overall now Luffy is superior to Zoro, but fresh off the time skip, you have to take into an account how much of a difference maker that a character has when they are a weapon-based fighter.
Yeah.
Like, Zoro's swords, like, just looking at how much, like, again, I know people have had complaints about this. I know Eggs for Brekkie is one of how Zoro upgraded so much after he got Enma.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Zoro was able to complete amazing feats even before he got it. Like, Zoro was able to cut, like, a Pika-sized.
And see, that's the thing, right? Oh, Enma upgraded Zoro so much. No, all Enma did was give Zoro a technique in a more advanced form that he didn't have.
A really good example of this, actually, is that, you know, when Zoro, he lost Yubashiri in water in his lobby
and sensed where it was.
No. When his sword Yubashiri got destroyed by Shu. Yep. And then remember when we went to Thriller Bark, when Zoro tried his first attack with Ryuma, with Ryuma's sword,
and it ate his other sword's attacks.
Yeah, and ate his other sword's attacks. So all the sword actually did was actually put Zoro's potential into full circle.
Yep.
That's how I perceived it, because like Yubashiri was nice and light, but it didn't have the weight or power that matched Zoro's fighting style.
This is something that I actually have clashed with other people on in the past, where they're like, "Oh, you know, Enma unlocks Conqueror's Haki for you." I'm like, "No, it doesn't."
That's I'm not.
No, it doesn't. All it does is it starts draining all your Haki, and to match the output it wants, if you have Conqueror's Haki, it will start to make you innately use that Conqueror's Haki. But like, I mean, getting into a red hot topic here.
How do I put this? It's no. Enma was more of a key than a battery.
Yep. All Enma does is allow Zoro to use his own abilities. Right?
Mhm.
It's just more than Zoro was willing to put in, though. He had his own psychological blocks.
Yeah.
Right?
Like,
And,
like that's what I mean. Like, weapons in One Piece, they have different quality grades for a reason.
Yep.
Like, you can't expect Zoro to have the same output with a crappy, like, just off the mill sword than when you give him one that's actually worthy of showing how much he's actually grown with his full potential. Again, it's the whole Yubashiri with the what's Ryuma's sword called?
Shisui.
Yeah, Shizui syndrome. Because I love pointing to that panel because it kind of proves at how an unworthy sword in the hands of a competent swordsman
It's still useful.
won't be able to show how much they're actually capable of.
And see, that's another thing. Zoro still isn't using a supreme grade sword.
Nope.
Zoro isn't even using, right, 3 decent grade swords.
Mm-hmm.
Sandai Katetsu is not as good as his Enma and his what's the white one?
Kuina's blade.
Yeah. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head.
It's okay. We have the power of the wiki.
But that's the thing, right? Because like if we, it branches into another problem, right? People don't like to ever think about the fact that One Piece, it's established and consistent that people use abilities that they don't know they're using, right? Pre-time skip, Luffy used Conqueror's Haki against Duval, against the animals in Duval's group. Didn't know he used Conqueror's Haki, did he?
No.
In the Marineford, Luffy used Observation Haki to see that Mihawk was going to cut his arms off, right? Didn't know he was using Observation Haki, right?
Yeah.
Then he does his time skip. We never see a moment when he does his time skip of him going, oh, so that thing that I did was this. He never thinks on it. He never realizes that, right?
No. Which is kind of good because I liked it a lot more. I would have been a little upset if Zoro just unlocked it just as easily with Mihawk.
I think this actually raises a lot of other things in that because it's like I think that can still happen post time skip as well. Even now, when Luffy's aware of what Haki is, I think he can use Haki sometimes without knowing he's doing it.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Like when Kaido knocked out Luffy was unconscious. He used Conqueror's Haki, right? If you go to chapter 883, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, before you bring up the chapter, I've got to ask you a question, right?
All right.
What are the characteristics of Conqueror's Haki? Advanced Conqueror's Haki.
Nuts. I didn't do my homework. To me, the advanced versions of, off the top of my head, Advanced Conqueror's Haki, to me, is the ability to disperse your armament Haki into a more so not spiritual form. I'm thinking of a
how's it visually portrayed?
As being able to throw like air punches.
Oh, okay, so you think it's okay. We have a slightly different interpretation then. Because I think that's advanced armament, not advanced conquerors. I think the advanced armament is the not touching thing. The advanced conquerors is black lightning dripping off your attack, whether it's a weapon or your physical body. Right?
Okay.
For example, if you go to when Luffy learns Conqueror's Haki, right? Which would be a little over chapter 1000, wouldn't it?
I think so. Oh, also, Kuina's blade is called the Wado Ichimonji.
Wado Ichimonji, there we go.
Yep. Don't know why I always forget that one. Maybe because it's 2 words.
Alright, let's try 1007.
And it's a great grade sword.
Okay, it's not chapter 1007, 1008. I'm just looking for an example of when they're using Advanced Conqueror's Haki so I can bring this up. Right? Alright, it's not there. 1009? Oh. Okay. 1009 will be a good enough example, right? So we know Kaido uses Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Yeah? Everyone watching this? This is Kaido using Advanced Conqueror's Haki here. Chapter 1009, page 14. He uses his Ragnarok attack.
Yeah.
Right? So you see the black lightning dripping off the weapon. We also see this in the Odin flashback with Roger versus Whitebeard, right? Whenever Conqueror's Haki, Advanced Conqueror's Haki is shown, it is shown as black lightning. But black lightning itself doesn't mean Conqueror's Haki. We've seen many times in the story black lightning showcase a clash between two Haki users. Or one Haki user clashing against something that they can't normally break. Right? The difference being, Advanced Conqueror's Haki is always depicted as the Advanced Conqueror's Haki being black lightning dripping off an item or a person. Existing not just in a clash, if that makes sense. Right? So, if you had, for example, right, if you had two Armament Haki users punch each other, right? Like Rob Lucci and Luffy fighting in Gear 5 at the moment, right? That clash has black lightning dripping off it. Black lightning in the clash. But it's not black lightning dripping off the attack itself, if that makes sense. I'll bring the examples up here. Because I'm getting to a roundabout answer here. 1077 maybe is when Luffy was fighting Lucci? Or is that too soon? Ooh, that may have been too soon. Definitely too soon. Alright. 1000 and... Let's call it 1069, shall we?
Yeah.
Is this when they're fighting? Oh, perfect. Okay, chapter 1069, pages 10 and 11, we have the Luffy versus Lucci fight, right? And I'll bring this up on stream here. So we have the fight here, and they're clashing. They're two Armament Haki users here. We know Luffy isn't using Advanced Conqueror's Haki here, and Lucci isn't a confirmed Conqueror's Haki user, let alone Advanced Conqueror's Haki user, right? So Black Lightning exists when there's a clash. Advanced Conqueror's Haki is always shown, though, is outside of a clash, that Black Lightning existing. Right? So Kaido will pick up his weapon, code it in Advanced Conqueror's Haki, the Black Lightning starts coming off the club, and then he attacks. Same with Luffy. When Luffy's using it, he makes a fist, the fist starts having the Haki on it before he fights, and then he hits you. Right? Because there are cases like the Ragnarok here, Kaido's attacks, uses Advanced Conqueror's Haki without Advanced Armament Haki. Hence why the club hits you and touches you. Whereas the Advanced Armament Haki stops you touching someone. It's like that force field barrier, right? Hence why...
Okay.
That's how you tell that's how you get the distinction between them, right? So back to chapter 883. Right? And I'll bring this up here now. In the Katakuri fight. Katakuri is a confirmed Conqueror's Haki user. Right? But he's not an advanced Conqueror's Haki user as far as we know. After his Merienda, he gets angry for the first time in the fight. Right? He hits two subordinates with one attack and instantly knocks them out. Right? With his edged moji. There's black lightning on him punching them, but also if you look at page 13, the bottom left of 883, we see him running into Luffy and we see the black lightning dripping off his fist. In the same way that's only ever shown with Advanced Conqueror's Haki users. Right? Then we see Luffy and Katakuri clash fists, and we have the normal black lightning coming from their clash, right? So you get the armament Hakis clashing, there's always black lightning, right? And then Luffy's hand is throbbing in pain. And then we see Katakuri come in for another punch, black lightning dripping off it. Luffy dodges it, and that's when Luffy finally kicks him. And then he stops fighting in that manner and starts using his observation Haki again to not be hit. Right? If you look at the beginning of page 14, though, we see that black lightning coming off Luffy's fist as well, but only in one panel in their entire fight.
Yeah.
That could be an example of Luffy unconsciously using Advanced Conqueror's Haki without realizing he's doing it because he's fighting someone else that is doing it. And the reason why I say that is because, like I expressed earlier, right, we've got multiple times where Luffy uses Haki without realizing it.
It's the definition of monkey see, monkey do.
Exactly. But what people don't really want to think about here is if you actually have a look at that. So that 883, when Luffy hits Katakuri, and I'm saying Katakuri's using Advanced Conqueror's Haki there, it makes Luffy's arm hurt really bad and it starts throbbing, right?
Yeah.
If you go back to that Ragnarok attack and scroll back, where is it? If you go back to the page before, so page 12 and 13 on chapter 1009, Kaido hits Luffy and Luffy gets that same throbbing effect where he's going, my arms. Right? So that's a consistent thing of what happens when someone is using Advanced Conqueror's Haki that's against someone that isn't. Even if they're using Armament Haki, it hurts them. Because, as we see, Advanced Conqueror's Haki can hurt Kaido, just like Advanced Armament Haki can. Because Advanced Conqueror's Haki is a type of durability negation. Right? Now,
Yes.
Luffy is a much... Again, you know how we were talking before about your base ability being stronger than someone else's and Haki just amplifying it?
Yeah.
Luffy, at base, without using his Haki, is a much better conqueror than Katakuri. He's a much better leader. Right? So his Haki should be similar. I think Katakuri has the Advanced Conqueror's Haki technique, but he's one of the weaker users of it. But he still has the utility of doing it. I think Katakuri's Advanced Conqueror's Haki here is actually very similar to Yamato's. Right? And we see Yamato doing the same sort of thing against Kaido. Right?
It's just that, at that given time, Katakuri's base was just a lot better than Luffy's.
Well, see, I think Katakuri's base is actually weaker than Luffy's, but Katakuri's Devil Fruit and...
Superior. Okay.
Superior Devil Fruit and superior Haki than Luffy because he's been more advanced in his Haki. You know, Katakuri having Advanced Conqueror's Haki and Advanced Observation Haki here is better than Luffy. But Luffy's base being stronger means he's competing until Luffy starts to unlock the same stuff that Katakuri has and surpasses Katakuri. Because Luffy's base is better than Katakuri's. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so the thing about that is, going back into another thing, right? That's one of the reasons why I think Katakuri can beat King. Because Advanced Conqueror's Haki being a type of durability negation and is what Zoro used to defeat King. The difference is, I think Zoro, as an Advanced Conqueror's Haki user, based on his strengths, is stronger than Katakuri. Right?
It's just like, what a lot of people get carried away with when it comes to things like this is that, when you're comparing King and King and Katakuri, right?
Yep.
I think it's more so how people are supposed to perceive that a lot of old villains who have been quote unquote defeated are supposed to be weaker than the new villains that we're getting introduced to now.
Yeah.
It's more so along the lines of the stakes are quote unquote higher, so therefore the villains have to be stronger.
See,
but that's not always the case because in my sense, I still would put Katakuri above King, just because from what I've seen from Katakuri, probably trounces a lot of the feats that King has tried to portray.
I'm gonna put this in the most basic terms of how I power scale the both of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to speed, who's faster? King in his speed form, I think moves at shave speeds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Katakuri, though, we also see being able to use shave. So I think King in his speed form has equal speed to Katakuri.
Yep.
Right?
I can agree with that.
When it comes to their Haki, Katakuri takes observation and advanced conquerors here, is what I'm giving him, right?
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to their physical capabilities, King takes it because he's a Lunarian.
Yep,
right?
Lunarian, and his Devil Fruit is also really based around physicality.
So most people look at that and go, what does Katakuri have that can actually hurt King? Well, the same thing that anyone else does to beat King, Advanced Conqueror's Haki. The difference is, I think Katakuri's Advanced Conqueror's Haki is weaker than other people's Advanced Conqueror's Haki that we see, right? For example, Luffy's Advanced Conqueror's Haki is enough to rattle Kaido. Now, Katakuri's Advanced Conqueror's Haki, I think, is enough to hurt Kaido, do damage to him, bypass his scales, but it's not enough for him to beat Kaido in any capacity.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? For example, we saw that Yamato versing Kaido. Even though Kaido said, I won't hold back against you, he then proceeds to hold back against her. And even while holding back against her, everything she does, he does better.
Yep.
That's the same vibe of Luffy versus Katakuri. You know what I mean? I think Katakuri's Advanced Conqueror's Haki is around the same level as Yamato's Advanced Conqueror's Haki, both of them being the main children of a Yonko. The difference being, though, both of them are the weakest two Advanced Conqueror's Haki we see in the series.
Mm-hmm.
They have it, technically, so they can damage people that can't be damaged without those abilities, but they're the weakest users of it.
Yeah, it's pretty much, well, like, put it this way, like, while everybody is using brass knuckles, they're using boxing gloves.
Well, see, again, putting it into example here. Zoro 3-hit King with Advanced Conqueror's Haki once he learned it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Katakuri's 3-hitting King. But I think Katakuri with Advanced Conqueror's Haki, like he's showing here, is still hurting King. It's just the difference between like Luffy and Zoro fighting an opponent. Once Zoro can cut them, he beats them instantly because it's a cut. Luffy hates a lot more hits to beat an opponent than Zoro can beat because he has to punch them. And it's the same premise there. The difference is, though, the reason I give Katakuri the edge over King is, again, so in speed, Katakuri and King are equal, but only while King's in his speed form, right? In physicality, I give it to King over Katakuri. So they've got a point each. I give King observation... I give Katakuri observation and Advanced Conqueror's Haki. I give King the attack potency, though, because I think King has much better DC than Katakuri, where Katakuri has better AP. Having Advanced Conqueror's Haki means he can do more damage with a punch than King can ever do with a punch. But King, having his Magma Dragon Sword, or like Fire Dragon Sword that he can do, I think does more damage to an area than Katakuri can ever do with his abilities.
Yeah.
And
Fair.
so their ability skill set makes them equal, right? But in a fight against each other, Katakuri would beat King in that regard. And even if you wanted to say that he wouldn't be able to because he doesn't have Advanced Conqueror's Haki, because this is all theory. I mean, we saw that it's in Katakuri's skill set to drown people in Mochi. So a Lunarian that can't breathe would still die, would they not? Something to think about. I know I've been on that rant. I've been on that.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. You actually cut out to me for a little bit. I think it was on my end though. It was on my end.
That's all good. But yeah, so that right there, based on the evidence in the manga, that's Advanced Conqueror's Haki to me. And as we've said earlier on in the stream, right? Luffy multiple times has used a more advanced form of Haki without knowing about it. Because it's instinctual to him. But once he learns about something and he replicates it, he masters it almost instantly.
Yeah.
And that's the thing here. And the other thing, and this is headcanon only, and I'll specify that, I don't think anyone can use Advanced Conqueror's Haki unless they've been hit by Advanced Conqueror's Haki before. And I'll tell you why, right? I think Conqueror's Haki awakens Conqueror's Haki in people. I think people need the disposition to have it in the first place, but I think every instance we've had of every single character that's ever had an advanced form of Conqueror's Haki has also been hit by people with advanced Conqueror's Haki before as well. If that makes sense. So it's one of those techniques that you don't understand could ever exist until you've been hit by someone that's used it. But once you've been hit by someone that's used it a couple of times, you understand that it exists and you can replicate it. But that same thing happens to everyone. Right? Because if you look at it, right? Kaido's top 5 characters, he's got Rocks on his top 5 characters, right?
Yeah.
Rocks having Advanced Conqueror's Haki awakens it in Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard. Right?
Okay.
Rocks fights Roger, Garp, and Rayleigh. They all unlock Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Right? Katakuri has Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Kaido has Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Luffy fights both of them and learns Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Zoro got hit by Kaido's Advanced Conqueror's Haki, learns Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Yamato gets hit by Kaido's Advanced Conqueror's Haki, learns Advanced Conqueror's Haki.
Okay, no, yeah, I see it. So it's like the potential's always there, but until you actually get hit by someone with it, you're not actually able to let it out. It's kind of like
it's flexing a muscle you don't know you have.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Until you're actually struck in that muscle, you're not gonna know that you're able to flex it. I see. And even then, like, yeah, subconsciously when you're using that muscle.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That description made a lot more sense.
But if you don't have Conqueror's Haki and you get hit by Advanced Conqueror's Haki, there's nothing to unlock. There's nothing to unlock. You get knocked out almost. Right?
Yeah.
Do you know what a good example of that would be? Law received a single Advanced Conqueror's Haki attack throughout all of Onigashima, and it was from Kaido, when Kaido hit Zoro as well. So the attack that unlocked Advanced Conqueror's Haki for Zoro, or his potential for it, right? Law was dealt that same attack. But Law doesn't have Conqueror's Haki confirmed. So Law never has anything to unlock there. Eustace Kid has Conqueror's Haki confirmed, right? And I think a good indicator of this will be, if Eustace Kid isn't dead and comes back into the story and has learnt Advanced Conqueror's Haki, it's solely because Shanks hit him with an Advanced Conqueror's Haki attack. Because all through Onigashima, Kid never once saw an Advanced Conqueror's Haki attack in person.
True. But here's the thing, like, Kid was also aware of it, though.
No.
Like, didn't he make that comment about Luffy?
Luffy was only using Armament Haki at the time. Advanced Armament.
Oh yeah, that Rio. Sorry, that's what Kid was talking about.
Kid at no point in the entirety of the story has ever once seen an attack that had Advanced Conqueror's Haki.
And the fact that he's never really gone... Has Kid actually gotten hit by one until Divine Departure from Shanks?
Not once in the entire story as far as we've seen.
Yeah, not until Divine Departure.
Yep.
Wow. That's wild, actually, when I think about it. Because after all that Kid took, yeah, he never took.
And the reason you could argue is... if Kid's dead, it doesn't matter, right? But if Kid comes back and now has that ability and people are like, that doesn't make any sense, where did he learn that? Right? You know right here, we've already explained it. Everyone that's ever learnt it has learnt it, but also learnt it because someone else has dealt it to them. You know what I mean? And as much as I love Law doesn't have Conqueror's Haki, right?
No, he doesn't. I'm I'm a staunch believer that Law does not have it.
So Law doesn't have it, so he never has the potential to unlock it and develop it. We know that Kid had Conqueror's Haki, but we never saw him use it, right? He was elected to not be shown using it in any capacity.
Kid hasn't even covered his arm. Like Kid hasn't even covered like a pinky's worth of his hand in armament Haki.
But do you know what the interesting thing about that is? Kid never using armament Haki is because he never needs it, because he uses his metal. The only armament Haki...
In a way, Kid's excellent devil fruit's also holding him back.
Yes. So if Kid... And again, if Kid ever learnt better Haki, normal armament Haki is useless to him outside of being defensive. Advanced armament Haki would only be useful if he was able to coat his metal in Haki. Advanced Conqueror's Haki, though, would be no different to Kaido using Advanced Conqueror's Haki on his club. So, I'm sitting in the vantage point at the moment of this could easily change at any moment if we see someone else use it, right? But something that I've thought for a long time is Conqueror's Haki breeds more Conqueror's Haki in people that have latent Conqueror's Haki, right? And what I mean by that is Luffy's always had the potential for having Conqueror's Haki, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's always been hinted.
But Luffy was inspired by Shanks to set out to sea. In other words, the seed of his Conqueror's Haki was planted by Shanks. He always had the potential for it, but the seed was planted by Shanks, and he grew up around Shanks as a kid, right? So he grew up near someone that had Conqueror's Haki, right?
Okay, yeah, so Luffy always had himself a direct influencer in that scenario.
But if you look at all other Conqueror's Haki users, they all have someone else that has Conqueror's Haki.
Show them how to use it. I see.
To an extent, right? There are exceptions, but the exceptions of it are always people that are in a direct passing down monarch style. So it could be always as simple as their leader showed them, right?
Okay.
And what I mean by that is, like, you got the Roger Pirates, and people are like, oh, the Roger Pirates are broken, they're stacked, because they had Roger, who had Conquerors, Rayleigh, who had Conquerors, Bullet, who had Conquerors, Shanks, that had Conquerors. They have 4 confirmed Conqueror's Haki users. And Odin, so 5 advanced...
Discover.
So 5 Conqueror's Haki users there, right? But I would make the argument that they didn't all have Conqueror's Haki. Like, they all had... Those 5 users had the potential for it, but they didn't all have Conqueror's Haki when they joined the crew.
I'd actually like to know when Shanks unlocked his Conqueror's Haki.
I think he unlocked it as a kid, similar to how Ace used it in the beginning of the at the beginning of the ASL flashback.
Yeah, in the heat of the moment when he was under extreme stress.
But that's still the thing. Being in the presence of a Conqueror's Haki user may actually increase your chances of developing Conqueror's Haki.
It may hasten the process.
For example, Luffy spent time with Shanks. The seed was planted in Luffy. Luffy spends time with Ace. It acts up Ace's latent potential for Conqueror's Haki. Ace uses Conqueror's Haki.
Oh, okay.
Right? And I'm not... Like, again, it's something that you already have to begin with. But the better Conqueror's Haki users are people that spent a lot of time with other Conquerors. And it hastens their development. Right? For example, you have Don Chinjiao, right? Doflamingo, and Boa. All have Conqueror's Haki. But never lived growing up with people that helped develop Conqueror's Haki. Right? All 3 of those people have basic Conqueror's Haki, don't they?
Yeah, they do have all basic Conqueror's Haki, but yeah, and then they always fall into the trope of having like abnormally impressive bodies.
But if you actually think about it, because at the moment, more than 50% of all Conqueror's Haki users confirmed have advanced Conqueror's Haki.
Yeah.
Right? So you got to think about that in the sense that it's like, I'll bring up the list right now. We'll run through it. Conqueror's Haki. That way I've got the full list of all Conqueror's Haki users, and I can express what I mean here. Because it's one of those things where it's like, it gets exacerbated by being in the presence of people, right? So,
Yep.
Shanks. Well, Shanks grew up on Roger's ship, exposed to 3 other Conqueror's users.
Yep.
Shanks.
So that's a no-brainer.
Shanks is also arguably now the strongest Conqueror's user in the world.
Yep.
Right? Luffy grew up with Shanks and Ace. And Garp. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So he grew up with 3 Conqueror's users in his life, and is also going to be one of the strongest Conqueror's Haki users in the world. You had Rayleigh, who was present with Roger and Shanks and non-canon Douglas Bullet, right?
Yeah.
Also has advanced Conqueror's Haki. So the first 3 people all have advanced Conqueror's Haki, right? Then you have Boa, Doflamingo, and Chinjiao, who all never really spent time with Conqueror's users. The only one out of those 3 that has ever spent time with other Conqueror's users, really, is Boa, who was dropped off by Rayleigh from Sabity to Amazon Lily.
Yeah,
And
but
then-
in that, I don't think Boa's really seen Rayleigh properly fight.
Meaning she didn't really have an advanced Conqueror's
Yeah,
Haki influence.
She was with the Link, but she was never directly exposed.
But out of those 3 characters, Boa, Dofi, and Chinjiao, she's also the one that's most likely to have advanced Conqueror's Haki.
Yes, I'd support that. But until we have a proper display, I don't think Boa actually has it.
Okay, then we get to Linlin, right? Well, Linlin was on the same ship as Roger and as Rox. Rox,
Yep.
Kaido, and Whitebeard. So she
Yep.
grew up in a heavy Conqueror's influence. Katakuri actually also was a member of Rox, but as a kid, and also has arguably, according to this, advanced Conqueror's Haki.
Yep,
Right?
but it's nowhere near as refined.
Nowhere near as refined, because he had the potential in the seed, but he also doesn't really have, like, although he has the disposition for it, he doesn't really want to be a ruler in that way as well.
Yeah, it's part of Katakuri's own. He more so wants to be the guy who stands beside the throne
Yeah.
instead of being on it.
Okay, next up we have Eustace Kid, right? We don't know him having any involvement with any other conquerors.
No,
So he
Kid
didn't...
is pretty much the definition of self-taught.
Exactly. And he also doesn't have any showcasings of Haki that are good in any capacity. He doesn't have any Haki feats, right?
Yep, only devil fruit.
Okay. Then we get to Sengoku. We've never seen any feats of Sengoku, but do you know what? He did grow up with Garp, and you could argue that he's an advanced Conqueror's user as well, considering he fights Whitebeard and Roger. But we don't have any feats, so he's the only outlier just because we don't know anything about it.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. It's just that there's also the statement of when Garp, when he met before he encountered Whitebeard on that island for their duel, he said bring Garp or Sengoku. So, yeah, depending on how far you want to stretch that statement, I would put Sengoku probably just like a tier below Garp.
I even have the mindset that, you know, the shockwaves he does in Marineford? I actually think that is pre-time skip.
I know, because the anime kind of did it a disservice in making it look like it's his devil fruit power.
I think pre-time skip, that was him using advanced armament Haki. Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Because remember, we also saw advanced armament with the Admirals at Marineford. And I think that's Sengoku's version of Garp's Galaxy Fist. And he also did it against the Blackbeard Pirates, and it had the exact same effect against the Blackbeard Pirates. Where it did internal organ damage to all the Blackbeard Pirates. Right? But ignore him then, just because he's the only one that we don't have canonical feats for at the moment, right? Kaido. Rox, Whitebeard, and Big Mom, he spent his life growing up with them. That's where his Conquerors comes from, and he's got advanced Conqueror's Haki. Zoro didn't have a Conqueror's Haki influence in his life, right? but then started sailing with Luffy, who is a Conqueror's Haki user, and then arguably spent 2 years with Mihawk, another advanced Conqueror's Haki user.
Mm-hmm.
That's how Zoro has it. Yamato, in the same sort of vein as Zoro here, grew up under Kaido, right? She has advanced Conqueror's Haki, and we know she does because we see her attacks and her doing it, but also she's on the weaker spectrum of these people, and she's also had the least amount of Conqueror's influences.
Yeah.
Right? So she's better than what we've seen of Doflamingo, Don Chinjiao, and Boa in Conqueror's Haki, right? Because she actually grew up with a Conqueror. But she's also the weakest of that next tier up of Conqueror's users. Right?
Yep.
Then we have Garp, who's been running fades with everyone, hence his Conquerors. We have Whitebeard for the same reasons as Kaido, Big Mom, and Rocks, but also he's been running fades with everyone. We have Ace, who grew up with a Conqueror's Haki user and unlocked Conqueror's Haki, but also died before he ever really developed it. Right? Then we had Odin, who was born with Conqueror's Haki. Who had Conqueror's Haki. We see through the Odin flashback, he had advanced armament, but never had Conqueror's Haki until he set sail with Whitebeard. Then, when Odin was hit by his first ever advanced Conqueror's Haki attack from Roger, after that we see him using advanced Conqueror's Haki. If you go back and read the Odin fight, he does his slash against the pig, the Paradise Waterfall. You see his blades are armament hakied up, but there's no black lightning. Then we see him clash against Whitebeard. His blades are hakied up, but Whitebeard doesn't use any haki, right? And then we skip forward. Then he gets one shot by Roger. And then after that moment, when we see him fighting, we see him using advanced Conqueror's Haki. And then Roger, for all the obvious reasons, also has advanced Conqueror's Haki. So to me, the bands are the weakest Conqueror's Haki users at the moment are Chinjiao, Doflamingo, and Boa, with Boa being the outlier out of those three to potentially be higher up on the tier, but we haven't seen it, right? Then the next stage up... and Kid on that level, right?
Yeah, and Kid.
So we've got Boa, Dofi, Chinjiao, Kid. Then the next stage up, we have Zoro, Yamato, and Katakuri, who all have advanced Conqueror's Haki. And then the next stage up, we have all the Yonko and Rayleigh.
Yeah.
And Garp and Sengoku. And so those are, to me, the 3 tiers of Conquerors that we've seen in the story at the moment. And I know that doesn't have anything to do with this original chapter that we're covering, but in terms of actual strength and that's what I wanted to point out. You know what I mean? Where it's like...
I mean, the whole point of this is just like discussion, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. We've covered most of the main chapters anyway in the first 2 hours. Anyhow.
Yeah.
There's only so much that you can elaborate before you start going on to different rails.
Oh, 100%. But yeah, so all of that's to say, I think Katakuri can beat King. And all of that's to say, power scaling be all over the shop. And all that's to say that Don's Sai is good.
No, the funny thing is, like, you didn't even need to convince me because I was already in agreement with you that Katakuri.
I just needed to back myself up because I know Eggs hates that argument. He doesn't think Katakuri has advanced Conqueror's Haki at all, even though I can bring up that panel of him having the black lightning dripping off his attack multiple times.
Yeah, but
Yeah, and I think the thing is there though. It's like, again, because something like Oda does it all the time. He shows us a feat and doesn't explain it, and then retroactively introduces something later that shows, oh no, that's what that feat was. For example, Sabo using advanced armament haki at Dressrosa to destroy the Colosseum.
Yeah.
But
I know.
Everyone takes that and goes, oh, well, it was clearly advanced armament haki now. Whereas things like Katakuri, it's like, well, that couldn't possibly be it. I feel the reason for that, though, is that, like you were saying, recency bias, because they're always trying to up the stakes. It messes with people's personal bias of who should be stronger than who. When in reality, Oda has said multiple times, these guys are a lot more relative than you should care to admit.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what I mean. All because a character was introduced at this quote unquote time period, that doesn't necessarily make them weaker.
Mm-hmm. For example, right? So I've just explained why I think Katakuri has advanced armament. Advanced conquerors, sorry, right? But he doesn't have advanced armament. Just the conquerors and observation are advanced. Out of all other first commanders, I think he's got the best chance of beating Marco, right? Whereas I don't think any other first commander can beat Marco, solely because Marco just heals. And we've seen that the upper limit of his healing is ridiculous. The only reason I give Katakuri a possibility of doing it out there is because we saw that Garp punched Marco and Marco wasn't able to heal back from it in Marineford, right?
Yeah.
Which could imply that Advanced Conqueror's Haki can hurt Marco and he can't heal back from it as easily.
Mm-hmm.
And then it would just be a battle of attrition.
Right? Which is, yeah, not convenient for anybody.
But then in all those situations, like, there's still always a possibility, although Marco would just heal from it anyway, Katakuri drowns King and Marco in Mochi like he did to Luffy in Gear 4.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, there's always
some nuance, yeah.
Just like with King, right?
I mean, yeah, like, people, it's just the whole, again, yeah, that whole debacle with how that was quote unquote handled. It's just like,
it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. Like that like I could never wrap my head around like why people disregard.
Well, I mean, I think it's because first things first, the anime is a separate medium to the manga. The manga is a lot more coherent than the anime. A lot of people will hate me saying that. Pre-time skip Kid in the anime was catching Kizaru's lasers with his metal arms.
Yeah.
Whereas in the manga, any metal melts when it touches one of those lasers. Right? So if you watch the anime and you see Kid pre-time skip easily catching light, you could be like, yo, Kid's slower than this guy, who's slower than this guy, and just keep doing that daisy chain to be like, oh, these guys are so much stronger. Whereas in the manga, a feat that never happened doesn't get it doesn't get scaled like that. You know what I mean? And Oda's been pretty decent at keeping these abilities and powers a lot more relative to each other than I think people want to admit.
Of course, yeah, because like when I look like when I've seen what some characters are quote unquote capable of and everything like that, I'm always thinking like it's not so much so that all because that they didn't show this potential now, that doesn't mean that they won't have that potential later.
Yep. Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I think a great example of that in a way is actually Kuma.
Yes.
Like, he's one of those people that's got good feats, but terrible showcasing.
Mm-hmm.
But we also know that he's going to most likely have amazing feats later on shown. So it kind of like, it's just like one of those things where it's just like, look, you know it's coming, just wait for it. Just wait for it. Don't drag yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, don't have too much of a high expectation before it's actually done.
For example, right? At the moment, Karasu is my favorite revolutionary, right?
Yes, I can agree with that.
I can stand on this right now and say, even though I think Karasu is my favorite revolutionary, and I think he's had the best showcasing at the moment, in actually he's had more fleshed out on what he's capable of doing than the others at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
We know from Doflamingo's speech about the Throne Wars, Doflamingo puts Morley at the 4th strongest revolutionary.
Mm-hmm.
So I am not going to be shocked if Morley, when fighting seriously, is the 4th strongest current revolutionary. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But just because at the moment Karasu's have better feats doesn't mean I'm taking away from Karasu. At the moment, I love it. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things where it's just like, you always have to be understanding that we don't see a lot of these people's full limits and extremes. And Oda does leave tidbits of information to be like, this is here. I'm going to showcase the other people first, but just know this is here because it's coming later. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's the whole thing about like power scaling and like pacing, because again, like it's happening once again and again. Like one of the best examples would be Blackbeard. I mean, come on, how many people actually expected that guy to be an almighty powerhouse from when he was first introduced? He was literally going to fight Luffy over whether cherry pie tasted better than the ale.
And see, one of the things that people shit on Blackbeard for, right, is they always, like, and this is a great example here, people are always like, oh, Blackbeard's so weak, he's always getting hit by people. Right? Magellan took him out, Sengoku landed hits on him, Whitebeard landed hits on him, Law landed hits on him. He just gets tagged a lot, right? But do you know what people don't give enough credit for that? He's allowed to get tagged more because it means less to him. He may scream like an absolute bitch, but do you know what? Do you know what?
At the end of the day, he's A-okay.
Best example is an attack that had Big Mom screaming in pain, he took and recovered from better.
Yeah.
Right? And he takes double the pain. So it's one of those things where his entire character is designed to be someone that looks like they're always the underdog.
He's supposed to look like a doughboy, but little do you know he's actually a beefcake.
Which is actually why I'm a little bit scared that he's going to get Sengoku's fruit. Because it's the only devil fruit that actually is a doughboy. That's his own.
Okay, that one made me laugh.
No, like, I'm actually serious with that. Like, if Sengoku and Tsuru go to back up Garp at Fullerland, I'm actually scared for Sengoku more than anyone, because the only devil fruit that doesn't change Blackbeard's aesthetic of being a fat guy with fizzy hair is Sengoku's Buddha fruit.
Gosh, and imagine tipping the scales, like, if Sengoku actually gets killed.
Yeah.
Oh my god. We might see like Garp's hair just go from white to black, and here comes Prime Garp.
on some loud G shit. He's been storing some youth for the last couple of years for last rodeo.
Could you imagine if Garp actually knew that technique?
Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
Devil withdrawal immolation. Yeah.
But, right, can you tell me, like, if Blackbeard does get a third fruit, can you name one fruit that's more aesthetically pleasing than the Buddha fruit for him? And I solely say that because his design is to be a big, fat man.
Mm-hmm.
So his devil...
But he does not skip chest day. He's got them upper firm pectorals.
So whatever his devil fruit would be if he got a third fruit would be a fat fruit. You know what I mean? And, like, it would be really interesting because you got Sun God Nika, the Liberator, versus the Enlightened Bringer of Destruction. He's got the ability to destroy the world, the ability to bring it into darkness, and the enlightened mind to know why to do it.
Yes. Yes, that is a good point. Like,
and we also know that Buddha fruit also increases your size, so you can go giant. So Luffy can fight Blackbeard as a giant on some kaiju shit.
Yeah, that'd be dope. I'd pay to see that.
And again, I'm assuming that what we saw of Sengoku and Marineford was actually Haki and not his devil fruit. We don't know what the abilities of the devil fruit are. Which means we're not spoiling any of Blackbeard's abilities. And it also means Blackbeard has the strongest Logia and took the strongest Pirate's fruit and took the most famous, or the strongest Marine's fruit. because Sengoku is a fleet admiral technically.
This is I could. Oh my gosh. I want to start properly hypothesizing now. This for another stream, bro.
Well,
this is dope.
If that's the case, we might as well wrap up there because we've been almost going for 4 hours, and I'm sure you need to go to sleep, my guy. I'm sorry for keeping you up so long.
Don't apologize, bro. You know how much fun I had with this.
But think about those
I was
things.
so sad that I wasn't there for the other one with X-Ray Becky because when I was listening to you guys, when I was hearing the freaking live stream while I was like at the library, I'm like, oh my god, I wish I had a comment for this moment.
Well, perfect. So we'll have to do another stream. Obviously, we're on break this week.
Yeah.
And although I am working this weekend non-stop, if I get the chance to do a stream, we should do one because I'm sure that there are a million topics we can talk about, especially with what we've talked about today. Just sitting on it, resting on it, and seeing what we come up with because thoughts might change over time.
Yeah.
Do you have any predictions for next chapter? I actually think next chapter, we may cut away from.
Yes, I agree. Like, I genuinely think after all this info dumps that we just got, we will be going back to Egghead. As much as I don't want us to, I feel like it would be also a good play to do it now.
Nah, do you know what? Do you know what?
Good.
I reckon I'm taking a red hot gamble here. We're gonna cut the first half of the chapter is gonna be related to Sabo. Then it's gonna get to the point where we're gonna cut away and we're gonna have Vivi trying to get away from Rob Lucci, resulting in Vivi getting picked up by Morgans with Wapple, ending with Sabo finding a dead Cobra on the floor, with the last page and last panel being Sabo looking up and a face reveal for Im.
Yeah, and then I can finally decide whether I should call Im a woman or a man.
Mm-hmm. Except, do you know what's going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
Their shawl is going to cover everything apart from their generic face, and you're not going to be able to tell what gender they are.
Not if Oda pulls off his trademark curves.
I don't know, man. The robes be covering it. Maybe.
Coin flip me right now, bro. Are you betting Im is either a man or a woman?
A woman.
Woman? Okay.
Oh,
okay.
That's
I will-
so
I will-
red hot.
I will take the man side on this coin flip then, and when we actually get the reveal, we will see.
From Umi being a lady-esque name, Imu being gender neutral, from having a slender figure to being introduced at the end of this chapter talking about a woman's name, I got a feeling it's a woman.
But you know how Oda loves to disappoint. We could be getting a Kaido's son part 2.
I don't know. I don't know, man. I feel like I'd disappoint more people if it's revealed that Imu is like a slender, beautiful woman, because they probably think that Luffy will never fight her. It won't be like a big epic fight in their mind, where it probably will be. You know what I mean? Where it's like a more ability-based thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, you know, Luffy's been punching ladies out since the beginning of the story, since chapter 2.
Hashtag Elvira.
So he's not afraid to hit a woman. But I feel like a lot of people probably think that Im's a guy because they're expecting Im to be some big, bad, strong, Kaguya-esque character to fight.
That's the whole position thing, though. Like, it's again what I was saying earlier about, like, expectations of like how the story is progressing. Everybody's assuming that Imu is going to be this absolute like hockey punching badass, but I again, like what you said earlier, I think it's probably if she is if they are a combatant, it's probably going to be more so about ability than actual physical capability.
And the fact that they always use gender neutral naming schemes for Im, like Great Imu or the Phantom, right?
Yeah, it's not really gender neutral. It's more so just like titles. That's
which
why.
I feel.
And these titles don't really have like they don't have like definitions of like king, queen, prince, princess, majesty, right? It's always like
See,
up in the air
there's
when
one
it comes to the
there's
noble
one
line.
there's one thing we've never really experienced yet. So we know Big Mom wanted to be Pirate King, but every other
Yeah.
female ruler is always a queen in the world of One Piece. We've never
Mhm.
seen a female king. What about Imu being king of the world?
That'd be dope.
Like, it makes a lot of sense there. You know what I mean? And I mean, Oda's mentioned many times that like mothers are the opposite of adventure. So if Imu is a mother to the Nefertari line, you could argue that Imu represents like a controlling mother figure trying to just manipulate and control everything there.
That's why Emu is secretly the Umi. She's the water that keeps all the islands where they are. Ah!
Oh, so much stuff to have happen. I need another chapter. Why are we on break? Damn it.
Because Oda loves doing that.
Okay. Well, next chapter, like I said, I reckon we cover those events. But
Nothing matters until they say the word but.
Who do you think kills Cobra?
Well, the only one of the Gorosei right now that we know of is the Gandhi looking guy with the sword.
Oh.
He's the only one, quote unquote, with a weapon. So, if it's not him, the next guy who I would go for, who's actually the guy who actually does it, is if you go back to where's that? Oh my gosh, why? My scroll wheel. Was when they were talking about when Cobra just entered the room and he was saying, as you were aware, the organization known as the World Government was founded 800 years ago.
Yep.
I mean, these three bunches of like these guys, like the Gorosei,
Yep.
it's the guy with the huge mustache. He's the only guy who's shaded in a little bit, and he's the only one with like him and the other guy with the short beard. They're the only ones with dot bubbles. So it's like they're the only ones who have something to say on the matter. Because there's nothing coming from the guy with the Gandhi looking guy and the guy with the long mustache. Yeah, so
if that's the case, I see them using Finger Pistol to kill him. Or Gandhi taking out the sword and stabbing him and tipping the chair over.
Yeah, but again, like the only reason why I don't think that it's Gandhi is because like there's only three guys. It's only Saturn, the guy with the huge mustache, and the guy with the short beard who actually have speech bubbles, like the dot 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 things. So they're the only ones who are thinking about what Cobra's saying.
I would say in that Garcia and the mustache guy were also the one, like not the the long mustache guy.
Yeah.
Were the only two that were actually also saddened about the idea of O'Hara having found out too much and needing to be executed. They're the more remorseful Gorosei members we've seen so far. Which is interesting.
Yeah, and like it's just like, so that's why I don't think it was the guy with the long mustache or Gandhi who actually like executed the order. Like I'm thinking that the reason why they're 5 is so that it never comes down to an equal decision.
Yeah, it's always a
it's always like, yep, always one. And here in this case where you have the guy with the big mustache, guy with the short beard, and then you have the guy with the ruffled locks. It's 3 speech bubbles to none. So that's why I think those 3 are the ones who are responsible for killing Cobra, because they're the ones who are actually like thinking something else while Cobra was giving out this information.
What about the possibility, right? So going back up the top where the page after Cobra was talking about the 800 years, where we see the silhouette of Lily.
Yep.
You see Lily's crown.
Lily's crown. Okay.
See how it's blocked out by the speech bubble?
Blocked up speech bubble. I'm sorry. Redirect me to that.
So, the panel. So you know the section where Cobra's talking about the 800 years, like they were founded 800 years ago.
Oh, okay. 800 years ago. So. Okay. Yeah. Here we go.
The page after that, where we see the silhouette of Lily.
Mm-hmm.
So you see her crown, but how it's cut off by the speech bubble.
Off by the speech bubble. Am I just wait? Hold on. Am I pulling a blind moment?
So you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. There we go. You said Lily. Why was I thinking of you?
No.
Okay.
Oh no, that's what I want though, right? So Lily has the crown, but we don't actually see how tall that crown is because of the speech bubble.
Oh, and I kind of like the foreshadowing too, because all the weapons of the guards are pretty tall.
Mm-hmm. But also, if you look at Lily there, face is silhouetted out, but very neutral face. So if IMU is Lily, that crown in that image there could be blocked. Like it could be the same crown that Im's wearing right now.
So did IMU never die 800 years ago?
So like how we were saying before, the possibility that IMU is Lily. Let's
Yes.
have like the Aegis surgery. The way Lily's depicted in that one image, she's got a crown on. We've never seen any other alabaster character wearing a crown.
That's true. The only thing that we've gotten close to it is that tiara that Vivi wears.
So if
But other than that, yeah.
So if Lily is Im, Lily took the crown and is still wearing it to this day.
Oh, bro, that's mind-boggling.
And that could be one of the things where we get revealed that it's a Lily in a couple of chapters, right? And when the anime covers this, the anime will actually spoil that almost, because they'll show that scene, but Lily will have the long crown.
Bro, please. Please let us be right with this theory. I'm begging you, God. I'll go to church on Sunday. But yeah, so honestly, yeah. So in terms of Cobra's actual assassination, I do believe that it was, what was it? That it was Big Mustache Boy, Short Beard Man, and Mr. Curly Locks. Yeah. Like that's the only reason. That's the only hint that I'm quote unquote going off of, is because it's just that speech bubble that didn't sit well with me, because why would they give the speech bubble to 3 guys and not the entire of them?
I agree with that. I think if it's not him, or like if it's not one of those 3, it will specifically be a CP member.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
Considering we're on break, Oda normally makes the Red Hot chapters the first chapter back from a break. I really feel like we may get an Im reveal. I think it's almost time. Although I will say, do we get Im's like a visual representation of Im before we get the man marked by flame?
Imagine if, like, at the end of the scene of the next chapter, we have this like light panning over Imu's person as they're sitting on as Imu is sitting on top of the grave, but all we get is like only like up to like just their slippers or something like that. Like all we get to see is like the shoe wear.
Well, that's what I was saying before. Like, if they're wearing a shawl, imagine if it's only you see their mouth, nose, and eyebrows, but we don't get a hair or any like distinguishing features to see if it's a man or a woman.
Hoda. Are you going to Kagas? I feel like this is a cuckening moment.
I don't know this.
Real peacockery going on around here.
I don't know. He's got too much crap going on. It's scaring me. There's too many good things happening at the moment. I don't know how to handle it.
There's like it's like you're looking at a piece of pie, but everything is good about it, but it's all different flavors. Or like being given a pizza with all different flavored toppings. Like slices of different toppings, but you don't know which one to grab first. But the first one you grab and the rest go cold.
Because remember, this flashback at the moment is from Sabo's perspective.
True.
So I think we definitely get the reveal of Im. Hence why Sabo knows of Im. But then I'm scared of what happens once we cut to the present. You know what I mean? Because I feel
I don't even want to go back to Egg.
Well, do you know what I'm really scared about?
Hmm.
Finishing this flashback, cutting back to the present, something terrible happening to Kamabaka Queendom, cutting over to Full Lead, right? Like, okay. Weirdly enough, I feel like we're going to get a heap of events before we get back to Egghead, because when we get back to Egghead, it's going to be that war.
Yeah.
Right? So I feel like we go back to Full Lead, have Sengoku show up, have a bit more stuff happening, it get intense, then we cut over to Cross Guild again, and they start deciding to make a move on whatever it is they're aiming to go for, right? Then maybe we cut back and get an unfortunate end at Full Lead Island, right? And then we've wrapped up the Revolutionaries for a minute, we've wrapped up Cross Guild for a minute, we've wrapped up Full Lead for a minute, and then we get to Egghead Island. Although, this is hard, because with so many people on the move to Egghead, it honestly could snowball into being the final war itself, in a weird way. And the way they've set it up so much to be such a big incident, being worse than anything so far, is like,
Gosh, yeah, I really don't know, because if we do end up getting a cutaway after this, I will be so disheartened, because I know for a fact that we won't probably get it again for another 50 or so chapters. This is what makes One Piece so good.
Alright, that being said, we should wrap the stream up here. I gotta go sort some dinner out, and I'm sure you gotta go to bed, my guy.
I mean, it's already, what is it? Let me check my time. It's already 2 o'clock.
Oh,
It's only 3 hours until I usually wake up.
Yeah, no, that's not too bad.
Weekend.
Alright.
I actually just make myself some coffee and try to stay up.
Fair enough, power through it. Alright, that being said, this was chapter 1084 of One Piece. The discussion was intense, so many crazy cliffhangers and theories and stuff like that this chapter to be able to think about. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments down below. And we'll probably do a stream next week with no specific topic at this point in time, just talking some One Piece shit. Trying to collect our thoughts on that. Maybe we'll try and formulate our predictions of what's going to happen at the moment in the rest of the world of One Piece. Do you want to say goodbye for the night, my dude Kuma?
But of course, see you later, people.
See you later, and until the next chapter of One Piece, or until the next video of ours you watch, whatever it is you're here for, thank you guys and girls for coming through. It is appreciated. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and all that good stuff. Check out the link tree in the description down below for all the other socials, and peace. Have a damn good day. Goodbye.